Hi, everybody. I am Marisa Cordola. I'm the Event Services Division Manager for the UCLA Student Union. And I'm here today. Thank you for letting me go first, because I really appreciate it. Not feeling too hot. That's a little loopy. Forgive me. But I'm here today because I want to talk to you about the ASUCLA app. So ASUCLA launched its own app about a year ago. And over the past several months, I've been working very hard and diligently to add an events portion to the app. We want this app to be utilized by all students as a resource for the student union and for things happening on campus. So adding events to the ASUCLA app was key and crucial for us to make sure that there's almost a one-stop shop for students to go to look at and see what's going on campus. Since it's the ASUCLA app, and USAC is a part of ASUCLA, it's one of the 4 pillars. One of the things that we wanted to do and make sure that we had available is to have each of the 15 members of USAC be able to enter events in the back end of the app. So we had talked earlier, right after you guys had got installed, about how ASUCLA is here to help support you and help you create your vision. So this is one of those, and collaborate with you. So this is one of those things that I think kind of hit on all 3 of those aspects. And I'm hoping that you'll be able to utilize it. Right now, myself and my marketing admin team for the Student Union Event Services are entering everything that happens in the union. So anything that occurs in our building. And so, number 1, download the app. Number 2, check out the events that are going on, because right now you'll see everything, like I said, that's happening in the union. And again, it's event-based. So you wouldn't see necessarily, a meeting of, like the Broom Game groups meeting on Tuesdays in the app. You'll see events that are occurring. So, for example, and then also too, the events only show what's going to happen. So, for example, today we had some events that ended at 2 o'clock, so you won't see them on the app for today. But you'll see things like tomorrow, there's Word on Wednesday. And since that's in the union, we have that listed there. So my admins and I try to diligently find out as many details as we can about what events are happening, who's putting them on, get graphic support for it, get more information to help put it in there. But we want to also give each of the offices their own username and password to enter in events that are happening throughout. So if AAC is doing something in Fowler Museum, this is a resource that you can put that event in there to also help another arm of promoting it. I know that we're probably up to, last count I think was about 2,700 downloads of the app, and we are also promoting the app for new student orientation for all the incoming students. So I just wanted to make sure, this is a little handout, President EDB, and Rep 1. Here's 2 and 3. Reveal AAC. CEC. Oh, we're going to work together a lot. CSC. Same. CAC. Facilities. Okay. Financial support. Oh, that's one we have to. So, SWC. Okay. Transfer. And international. So this is your username is your ASUCLA email address, and you each have a unique password. And this one sheeter will tell you exactly, it gives you site you have to go to, It allows you to add events to the app. And like I said, add graphic support. One thing I just want to say, while I have everybody here to reiterate it, you can enter the description, the location of the building or the space. You don't have to put in, one thing I'd like you all to know, you don't have to enter longitude or latitude. It's not a required field, so don't worry about hanging that. And then also too, military time is what the timing is listed on there, so keep a note of that. But when it shows up on the app, it's not military time. Only the back end entry is military time. Okay? And then the other thing is too, is if you add a graphic to it, it can't be, you can change the graphic, but once you add a graphic to your event, it stays there. So if you're using, which I hope you all do, any events you have in the union, we have 1 week free of digital flyer advertising. So those same dimensions, which are 16:9 ratio, can be put into the app and do USAC. So just wanted to let you know, and then also to, here's just kind of how things look on the back side of this page of what the app is and how the user experience is. Okay? So again, download the app, pass this on to either, if you have your communications people hired, marketing, events staff, or you can enter it yourself. And like I said, it's for events on campus that are not only in the union. We will do our best to get everything that you do have in the union buildings, which is Akron and Kirkhoff, uploading it to the app. But we want to help support you guys and everything you're doing around campus. And like I said, one of the 4 pillars of ASUCLA is for it to be a true ASUCLA app. We need your help. And that's that. Any questions? Oh, yeah, right. Sorry, thanks, Ryan. So this is a privilege that, as part of ASUCLA, you do have. So if other groups that are holding things on campus want to publicize their event on the app that's not in the student union, they have to submit that. So it's not that it's not available for everybody, but they would have to submit it to the student union advertising team and be able to, and we would submit it that way. So we're giving you guys the privilege to be able to do it on your own. Not that anybody else can't, but they would just have to submit it for approval of the event to student union.
I just want to say, like, this is sort of a de facto agreement we have with ASUCLA, kind of mutual publicity and mutually working together. ASUCLA has extended us a lot of courtesies in publicizing this upcoming year. I had a meeting last week with multiple different people from ASUCLA who really are helping us restructure the tours process to make it specific to publicizing USAC that we'll talk about later tonight. So if everyone here hasn't downloaded the app already, they definitely should, beyond just doing this sort of work as well. But then, contributing to this will make this app successful. So please do.
And because of this aspect of the app, we're also adding another student employee position to the student union event services division to help with the support of making sure that it is populated for the app, having student jobs too. So thank you. Oh, and on that student job, Robert, thank you for coming to the Exceptional Student Performance Awards. ASUCLA recognizes students that go above and beyond and do amazing jobs. And, it's our students, as we say a lot of times at ASUCLA, we can't do it without them. Definitely not. And so, and to recognize them, we try to do for exceptional work. And I just think that it was so important that you were there to recognize the students that you represent. And I just want to personally say thank you for coming today.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Does anybody have any other questions?
You still got
yes. Okay, thank you. And before we move into the rest of the council meeting, let's do the approval of the agenda. Sorry, I'm just. Where is? Oh, never mind, I found it. Okay, so with the approval of the agenda, can I get any amendments we can make? Yes.
Strike SFS.
Like SFS. SRF. Does everybody want to keep their officer report? Okay. Director's officer report. Other, anything else? Can we add and we don't have to do a different vote on this, can we add a bylaw amendment to, sorry, let me find it. I'm pretty sure we don't have to vote to change the bylaws, and I think this will be an action item, so we're going to have to do a 3/4 vote. To, one second, election board. Sorry, just one second. Okay, actually, never mind, we're good. No, it doesn't need an action item, but actually, I was wrong. Okay, any other amendments to the agenda? Can I get a motion? Oh, do we have that discussion of it? Yes, sweet.
I move to approve the agenda.
Okay, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All against? All abstain. Okay, by a vote of 9-0-0, the motion passes and the agenda is approved. Sweet. Okay, let's go on to contingency program. Natalie.
One second.
Oh, you're good, you're good. Take your time. Oh, let's approve our minutes, sorry. Approval of minutes, that was good. Did everybody have a chance to review the minutes from the 21st? So can I get a motion for the minutes? The minutes of. Okay, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All against? All abstaining? 1, 2. So by a vote of 7-2, the motion passes and the minutes are approved. Okay, awesome. Let's go to Nadia, you ready for?
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay, so this week we received a total of 17 applications. The total amount requested was $14,847.47, and the total allocation recommended is $6,932. Yes.
And, oh, sorry, was it to USAC or non-USAC?
That was to USAC.
Alright, so there were USAC entities included. Okay. Motion. Can you repeat the one number that was actually allocated?
Yes, 6,932. Motion to approve. Allocation of 6,932.
Oh, two USAC and non-USAC. And non-USAC entities, right?
Both USAC and non-USAC.
Awesome. USAC, okay, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all against? All abstaining. Okay, by motion 9-0-0, contingencies approved this week. Thank you. Were there capital contingency allocations? Oh, okay, awesome.
Okay, so the USAC Facilities Commission is actually requesting computer accessories and furniture for a total amount of $620. And we recommend the full allocation, so 600.
Is it in your office?
To the office. I'm sorry.
I move to approve the capital contingency allocation of $620 to USAC.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, for this you should abstain. You're good. All against? All abstain? Motion 8-0 to 1, the motion passes and capital contingency is approved. Thank you.
Everyone's welcome to my office, but Robert.
We can do that. I'm just kidding.
Quick note to all of you guys, if you want to get like furniture or computers or anything for your office, the deadline to get that this year would be July 9th. But if you can, please do it earlier because SJ is really busy. So like if you can do it like next week, that would be fantastic. Yes.
If I submitted already, can I resubmit or like, I didn't ask something on there?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on to SWC programming fund allocations. Oh, sorry, yeah, we'll table that until later. ASRF allocations,
So ASRF, I have 5 students that apply and we decided to allocate $4,850.
consent item vote, any opposition? Last call.
Sorry, this is going, could we go back? I got the wrong number actually. That's why I was like so unconfident.
Oh,
So
okay,
it's like,
we can do a vote again.
okay. This Excel thing. Yeah.
No, you're good. What's the accurate number?
Accurate number is 7,232.
Okay, so the motion would be, I motion to amend the previous contingency allocation to 7,000.
232.
Sweet, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. Okay, by motion 9-0, motion passes. Contingency is amended.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're completely fine. Okay, any opposition to ASRF? Okay, ASRF passes for this week. Thank you. Let's go on to, collection's not here. Okay, so we'll table those 2 until later this meeting. Let's move on to public comment. For public comment, I'm just going to give a few reminders. There are going to be 3 rounds of public comment. The first round is no audio, no video. The second round is audio, no video. The third round is audio and video. Each public comment will have 2 minutes to speak and 2 minutes only for the entirety of the council meeting. We have some community guidelines, challenge ideas, not individuals, gender inclusive and respectful language. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom from accountability. That's from CAC. And each speaker will be given 2 minutes and the opportunity to speak once, and there's no dehumanizing language. With that, we're going to start our no audio, no video round. Can we ready? Any last minute audio, no video? Okay, then let's go on to audio and video public comment. We'll start with the front rows and then move to the back.
Hi guys, my name is Sithara. I'm the chapter chair for Calvert students. I'm here to invite you guys to our clean car show this Friday. So as you guys know, we've been working on fighting climate change. So we were a driving force behind passing Senate Bill 100 just this fall to get 100% clean electricity in California by 2045. But we know that that's not enough, and we're working to actually move our transportation system across the state towards clean energy as well. And so, in support of our assembly member for this district, Sydney Kumwager Doves, efforts to pass bills around expanding electric charging vehicles and also just further supporting bills around making transportation across the state more electric and clean energy, especially our K-12 bus system, which still relies mainly on diesel fuels, which is not only a huge contributor to climate change, but also a public health hazard for the children who ride these school buses. So we're working to build up grassroots support among the students on our campus around a lot of these bills towards clean transportation. And so we're culminating it all at our clean car show on Friday. So we're gonna have a Tesla and a Toyota hydrogen fuel cell car, the Toyota Mirai, in Bruin Plaza from 12 to 5 on Friday. So come out, check out the cars, sign some petitions, take some photos. We're also gonna be having a press conference at noon with a field representative from our assembly member's office, Cesar Montoya. He'll be coming out to speak, as well as members of our Clean Transportation campaign about the importance of this issue. So I definitely hope you all come check it out and spread the word as well. So we're really hoping to continue to build support on fighting climate change here at UCLA and helping California lead the way in fighting this issue. Yeah, hope we see you Friday. We'll be right there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Continue with the audio and video portion of public comment. We'll move to the second and third rows. Any of the final back rows? Okay. Last call for public comment. Thank you, Kim. And we'll continue on into the agenda. With that, next up on the agenda is one appointment for tonight. Kiana Shajari for election board chair. Thank you, Kiana, for being willing to come out tonight and speak with us for your appointment. We've been through this before. So I'm going to start with a few things. I'm going to start with why I put you up for appointment. I'm going to give the process for appointments, and then we will move on to sort of your introduction, which will be about 1 minute long, a question and answer, which is usually 5 to 10 minutes. I have a feeling it will be extended. It always is extended for election board chair. In fact, I want it to be extended because I want you all to ask as many questions as possible. And then give 1 minute closing. We will then proceed to ARC giving their formal recommendation on Kiana's appointment. We will have a council dialogue, and then that dialogue should turn into a vote. So I'm going to start with why I appointed you. So obviously, and I hope Jimmy and Nicole can make it out tonight, 2 of my appointments coordinators, one of which is a presidential appointment who sits on that stack. The other is somebody that I worked extensively with and has worked in multiple different spaces of appointments on campus. The process for my office is extensive. So the process for my office is that we have a presidential search committee, of which exists primarily of community members on campus, whether that's from spaces like OL to the MOs or elsewhere, that we publicize applications to, send them out, and then they're reviewed. Once they're reviewed, they're sent to my coordinators. My 2 coordinators review them as well. They make a recommendation to me, and then I ultimately decide if I'm bringing it for appointment. Both of my coordinators recommended you, and then obviously I agreed with that recommendation and moved forward. There are a lot of reasons I agree with that recommendation, many of which stem from my experience in seeing you operate in the capacity of election board chair, but then also just from your application and where you've been before. This is your 3rd time as election board chair. You're a transfer student. You served as election board chair at your community college. You served as election board chair at this university, and I think that your experience is unmatched, and I don't know if anybody could match that level of experience. Diving more into that experience, you obviously came to this position in a time that was, at the very least, to say difficult, and at most to say with the intention with students before you who have the intention, I think, of disrupting the election process. You stepped into a role that I think was intentionally made difficult for you, and it was intentionally made to hinder the process of election operating smoothly. And that hurts me to say, but that's what happened. Given your circumstances that you were put in with with what was going on with the previous election board chair and the circumstances leading up to your appointment, I think that you did a phenomenal job. You came into a position where you didn't have access to social media, you didn't have access to a board that you could necessarily rely on, you didn't have access to even the code at times. And I think you did your best to make elections as successful as possible. The day that you found out that there was not access to social media pages, you made new ones. The day that you found out that the code needed revising, you went and talked to council about this. You were at multiple council meetings, having a dialogue with us about what needed improvement. And not only that, as soon as your the previous appointments resigned from their positions, you brought up appointed positions either at the same council meeting or the next council meeting who did their jobs incredibly well, in my opinion. So with that, I just want to preface this by saying that I want to be careful about criticisms of things surrounding publicity and outreach and communication, because in my opinion, I don't think that does fall on you entirely entirely on yourself or your board. I think that questions about what you're going to do in the future are completely valid, and I encourage council members to ask extensive questions about your plans for how you're going to reach out to the community, how you're going to engage voters, and how you're going to move forward as election board chair, especially in capacities that you didn't have the opportunity to work in your previous tenure. That being said, you are someone that I have seen work well under extraordinary circumstances, and that doesn't just go with your time here at UCLA. That shows from your experience that you emphasized at your time before UCLA as election board chair. And I do want this appointment to go through. There's two other things I'll say. Obviously, this appointment, like most election board appointments, come with controversy. And I think that council members are probably going to ask you about some of those things tonight, and just want you to be prepared for that as usual. I do want to emphasize what the role of council and ARC are. By the bylaws, the role of ARC and council are to expedite the appointments process, not to hold it up. So the other thing that I will say, and this is something that Dr. Geller has reminded all councils, and I wish she was here tonight to remind this council, is that the goal is not to find the perfect election board chair. The goal is not to find the perfect appointment. The goal is to find somebody who has good intentions for the position and who has potential to do well within the position. I think that you fulfill both of those. I think that your work has emphasized the fact that you will do well in this position. And I'm hopefully looking forward to seeing you appointed. With that, we're going to move into giving like a 1-minute introduction, and then probably the longest part of this meeting will just be asking you questions for council members. So with that, take it over.
Hey guys, Robert, thanks for those kind words. That was kind of emotional. I am Kiana Jerry. I was the previous election board chair. I'm a third-year transfer. I'm a psych major. I hope to go into like law someday. I'm a prosecutor. That's I don't know what else to say about that. But yeah, like I hope to be appointed tonight. Because I do have some good ideas about what I could tweak about the elections process that I wasn't able to before. And, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we're going to run a stack on this as usual. So just raise your hand and then I'll do an order of people. I know I was absolutely terrible at orders last week. I literally could not remember the order. So please call me out if that happens again. With that note, we're going to move into a question and answer. So I invite any and all council members to just ask any questions or concerns they have for Kiana. Okay, so we'll move to Shahama, and then Eli, and then Joanna, and then and Evan, sorry.
You said you had a lot of ideas on what you want to improve. You want to talk about what things you want to improve and what ideas you want to improve. Yeah, so obviously publicity is a thing that I really want to improve on. There was a huge lack of publicity. This past election was given that the board has 3 vacancies. Yeah, so that's one thing that I really want to tighten up. And Another thing is, I want to implement a sanctions guideline, because there was no guideline last cycle, and it was just like, it was crazy, like everyone, no one knew what to do, no one knew like the proper sanctions to give, for how long, for what sanction. So I do want to implement that. I do want to clear up, like some sections of the E code that were a bit confusing to candidates, who were given sanctions, last cycle, or just like definitions in there that contradict with other definitions. I just kind of want to make it really clear. Do want to change the section in the code with regard to, maybe extending the amount of time that the investigations director is given to, impose a sanction on someone, possibly to 36 to 48 hours. Again, I'm not saying that we're going to use that time, use that whole time. I just want it to be in place so that there's a proper investigation done, so that people aren't just given sanctions without like a proper investigation process.
We get asked about as people for the elections, what we would, why we think that the election was as popular, why the candidates weren't running. And in that sense, would you us to us or just to your committee, to help, popularize, promote, encourage more candidates in the next cycle to run?
I think appealing to students' individual needs is a big thing. I was informed that a lot of STEM majors or like South Campus majors, they don't really get involved with USAC or just like things like that. So I think like appealing to those people, appealing to South Campus majors or STEM majors, saying like, oh, the council decides on things that could affect you. You know, when we feel like things don't affect us, we don't really care that much about them. So I feel like, just making people feel like it will affect them in particular, to get involved, to get their friends involved, will kind of get people to be more interested in that kind of thing.
Given that you are elections, how would you, I guess, manage that kind of legacy? Like, I mean, you have like this, what's those elections are we gonna, how would you manage that, slash, like, are you?
Sorry, what was the last one?
How like, it's a second, like, separate question, it's like, how do you, like,
Thank you, when I need support?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so, hopefully I'll have a really great team in place, and even if I don't, I prove myself that I can do it myself. But hopefully I will have a team in place that will, like, have people on their subcommittees, so we can get that thing kind of rolling. I have a good relationship with Chris, so, that's the e-board advisor. So I've been meeting with Chris very, very often, just to, like check in, see like what I need to do for those elections. I mean, I've been through it before, so I think I would know what to do. And you know, I just try to manage the problems as they come.
sorry.
No, no, yeah.
So I have two questions. What are you currently involved in? Or like, and also you're involved in certain students.
So I applied to be on the board of the Iranian student group. I haven't heard back yet. I'll know by the end of this week. But that's about it.
And what is your hiring timeline gonna look like, / your expectations for the people that you're hiring? Because like you said, a big part of a lot of the failures of people for keyboard this year was on staff members, and it seems like they were unable to host, I want to say, a fair and efficient election. So how are you going to ensure that the people that you hire are going to follow your
Yeah, so I will do like an extensive and invasive interview on them. I don't want people that I had last time. Like it was so ridiculous, there was so many biases that came out, and like, it was just a crazy process, so I will really try to get people that I trust. Not necessarily people that I know exactly at Tennessee. I do have someone for publicity already. She was my former investigation, she did a great job, so I would love to have her back as publicity. And I do think she will thrive in that capacity, given that she's the publicity director for another club as well. But I will work with her to just get as many people as possible, just, just see who's the best fit. I think I like to think I'm a pretty good character, so I don't know. I guess you can never really tell if someone has a bias, someone can be lying straight in my face and I wouldn't know. But, I mean, all I can say is that I would do my best to try to get people who wouldn't try to intentionally sway the election in their favor or, try to tear someone down from the
I have a question. You kind of already touched on this, but how do you plan to reach out to groups that usually are not represented in elections?
So I am currently a part of a lot of Facebook groups. I think social media is a very powerful tool. I think that's something that I could use to my advantage. When I was investigations director, and I was recruiting for my subcommittee, I posted on social media and I got so many responses, like, people just wanting to be on my subcommittee. So I would do that. I would also, the ARC recommended that I go to like STEM classrooms, as they aren't very interested or involved in USAC to begin with. So I was trying to go to them. Yeah, that's all I have.
And then also, there is a lot of scrutiny that comes with being the board chair. Do you feel prepared to handle that level of scrutiny given that you're managing 2 elections next year? And then also, how do you feel like you prepare for that level of scrutiny?
Yeah. So I think I faced a ton of scrutiny this past election, that there really is no experience than experience. Also at my community college, like, I was on the council as well at my community college, and we also face a lot of students who, are upset or whatever. So I do have a lot of experience in the education department. As I know who I am, I know the work that I'm doing. I try not to let any of that stuff get to me because I knew that I was trying to do a great job. Those people didn't know the stuff that I had to do. So they were just talking out of their ass, sorry, but like, that's what was happening. So as I just try to maintain the good sense of self and know that I'm doing what's best for my board and the students.
I have a few questions. Just to in some of these I never already asked or reiterated maybe before you came here, but could you talk a little bit about your summer availability? Just describe what that looks like.
So I'm doing nothing over the summer. Thank God. I will be out of town a little bit, just with my sister in her college. She's going to Vegas. Woo! So I'd be out of town for a little bit, but I can mostly be here. I live like that as well.
With that, Dr. Geller has indicated an interest, for both councils I've sat on now, indicated a desire to not just create a infractions and penalties guidelines, which you mentioned earlier, but also to rewrite the code in its entirety. Just speaking on that outdated language you're talking about, I think, are you committed to extensively meeting with Dr. Geller specifically this summer, whether that's virtually or in person, to do so?
I just remembered I will be setting the LSAT as well.
Yes.
But yes, I do. I was willing to meet with her.
And then with that, is there a timeline, and we asked this for previous appointments, is there a timeline that you could sometime tonight give us on when we can expect the presentation of such code? Because obviously that code, just like your board, would have to be approved by council. So is there maybe a reasonable timeline? Obviously, school doesn't start until the middle of September, or even later in September, actually. It would be great to maybe clear a lot of that up or quite a bit earlier than that, so it can all be ready to go by fall quarter. Is there a date or time that you would be willing to commit to council to have on our books for that to be presented?
Are you saying that you want it before the quarter starts or?
Yes.
During the quarter? Okay.
So council will also be meeting on Tuesdays over the summer.
I see. Oh, I
Yes.
know
So we will probably vote on it.
that. Okay. Late June work for you?
Late June? I mean, that's fine. Is that enough time for you? It's fine. You got that time. I mean, I know you moved quickly before.
I mean,
What about late July?
oh, I meant late July, not June. Yeah, I meant
That's fine.
late July, not June.
Okay, so what about, let's just, because I want to set this as like a deadline to make sure that like we're all holding each other accountable. Like, let's say July 30th.
Sure.
Okay. So. So I just want to like put that into the record and in the minutes that like we'll have hopefully a board and code presented at that time, after your work with Dr. Geller. A few other questions I have. So one thing that has come up these past 2 years, and one thing that our previous election board chair, Jack Price, attempted to do that I think was somewhat successful, but could be even more successful, is using your staff that you hopefully have on your board, under each of your committees that you're going to appoint, polling sites in person during the week of elections, and then also like a team under your publicity team that would actually like be out there managing that and like advertising elections. Is this something that you consider, and is this something you're willing to do?
Yeah, so I know Richard, he had an idea of, going out during power hour, with the mascots and doing the whole publicity thing surrounding elections. But when I was chair, I had no idea how to do that kind of thing. So publicity was like the last thing on my mind, but yeah, I'm down.
Okay. Okay. Those are the questions I have. But let's continue. We get Lily.
I think there are some fears or concerns about the incoming council members and the timeline for that, because that's going to disrupt all of us and it's going to be a really hard transition for them and for us. So what do you see, or like what is a realistic timeline of electing new council members for the special election?
Yeah, like obviously, I think what Lily's trying to say is like that's a typical thing to handle. With us having 2 elections, it would obviously have to be like after like week 3, which I think I will talk to you about just because of the nature of filing and everything. But is there a timeline that is reasonable for you to work with? Like when elections would be? Sorry, I'm just bouncing off of that shit because I'm also curious what your ideas are on that.
I'm not really sure how special elections work, so this would be a very new territory for me, to be honest about it. So I'm not really sure when we're supposed to start or end. Again, that's something that I have to be with Chris about and just kind of figure that whole thing out with him. But are you saying that it has to be after week 3?
It would be like week 3 or this time, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I think just going off what Lily was asking, like, given your experience with elections, would share what we seem like reasonable off the top of your head.
Okay. Yeah, so I think probably week 3 would be fine. Just because, like everyone has their classes settled, they can dedicate some time to listening to people about other things besides their classes. So, yeah, I mean, I think week 3 is fine. I don't see a problem with that.
And how will you advertise USAC and USAC elections leading up to that?
Yeah, so I know this during week, I could do a lot of work on that. I know there's a lot of students on campus. I will be at the, I will be living in the dorms. So I can try to work with Reslight to see if they will let me like, pass out flyers, because I know I have to get flyers approved to pass out up there. There's a lot of new incoming students that are very eager to get involved, with new organizations, all that stuff. But, yeah, I'm hoping my post to get to see what I can do about that.
Good questions. Sean?
How do you see yourself, in terms of professionalism and just how, being the chair, like, you will be the voice of the board and the face of the board, in a lot of occasions, in a lot of instances, and what you say and how you frame stuff, be it for daily one or other sources where students can easily access it. How do you plan to deal with that criticism, and how do you plan to present yourself and the board as a whole? In fact,
I'm gonna say that I'm a very candid person, and, I do say things interestingly. I do think that I can be professional when I see, a need to be professional. But I'm not gonna like, I don't know, if I'm upset and like the Daily News trying to give me an article, like I'm gonna tell you candidly how I feel about something. I have a lot of quotes in the Daily Bruin, that reflect a lot of who I am, and I don't try to hide who I am for anything. Yeah, but I can be professional when I need to be.
I have a question going on with that. Why did you, okay, so, obviously, like, you went through a really intense election process. Why are you wanting to do it again?
I feel like I wasn't really able to do the stuff that I wanted to do. Because I wasn't planning on being keyboard chair, so I had no idea like what I even wanted to do, and when I did know what I wanted to do, there was all these factors in my way. I was like doing elections with my hands tied behind my back, like I couldn't do things properly. And also I was very new to the whole process. I was learning everything while having to just to perform, all the things that I literally just learned like 2 hours ago. Like during orientation, Candace orientation, I was in class, like doing the packets, sending them out to everyone. It was like, I had no idea what I was doing, staying in orientation, I felt like such an idiot. I was like, oh my god, these people can see right through me, I have no idea what I'm doing. But like, I learned so much from that, and I'm like very confident stepping into this position because I've done it before. And I know all the forms, I know how to send emails out to people, and I do all the things that I need to do. But yeah, I just want to show people what I'm capable of. People holding social media accounts from me.
Jonathan and Michelle.
I'm going off of that question, what is your kind of like based on what you wanted to do?
Yeah, so I do really want a lot of student engagement. That was also a problem at my community college, that there wasn't a lot of student engagement. Really trying to get students involved in things that they don't see as affecting them. So I've kind of use people's needs, I won't say against them, but like, try to appeal to people's needs. And let them know that what happens on Tuesday evenings affects them. And just to try to get that engagement up. I know it's gonna be a really hard thing, and I might fail, like I'm gonna put that out there, I might fail hardcore, but I'm really willing to try to get that going.
Um,
being that like you've done this before and you're doing this like not once but twice, like, how do you plan to avoid like complacency and burnout and all this? Like, what is something that's very exhausting?
Yeah. I like to set little goals for myself, just so I don't like look at an email and be like, oh, tomorrow. You know what I mean? But I have this thing where I want people to be proud of me. I blame my mother. But yeah, I want people to be proud that they put me up for a position and that I did a good job. I don't like when, like people look and they're like, oh my God, like we should have gone with someone else. Like that is not my thing. And I don't like that, and that's a really big motivator for me. And it's also internal as well as external. Like I don't want to do a bad job, and I want to be proud of like the stuff that I did. Yeah, I want to make everyone proud.
Firstly, I want to acknowledge and I want to thank you for learning everything. As you had to, I know it was stressful and you had to learn everything and we really appreciate you having done that. Going off that, I know you mentioned about how you had to do a lot of things by yourself and you have to not only learn in the moment, but also do it all by yourself. How do you perceive, I'm assuming like a lot of the staff that you will hire will not have had experience, specifically in the engineering, but like, how do you perceive like giving them the knowledge, especially in time for the special colleges?
I mean, I just gonna reflect on my experience with my vice chair and my investigation director. Like I briefed them on the things that were happening and the things that needed to be done. I gave them the contacts that they could go to. I gave them Dr. Bella's number. I gave them Chris's number. I gave them Jessica's number. I told them these are the people that you go to. No, not you. Is that you? Oh my God, that's embarrassing. All right. Yeah, so I gave them all these people's numbers and I told them if you have a problem, like go to these people, this is the stuff you need to do, this is the code, let me know if you have any issues with it. And I think they did a pretty good job. Like my vice chair is trying to run and I don't want him to because he did such a good job as vice chair. So, and my investigation director, she killed. And those are the people that came in last minute, and I think they were the best ones on my board. The people who weren't, didn't come last minute and were appointed from the beginning, they didn't do such a great job to begin with. So I think it's more about motivation and, you know, just like a passion for the job than really knowing what to do step by step.
Obviously, there's like some stigma around USAC recently with such the low voter turnout. And for better or worse, e-board is kind of the face of USAC during election season, and you reflect us. So how are you going to work on rebranding USAC to get voters engaged and get candidates that are qualified to run?
Yeah, so like I've been saying, I think really hearing USAC to the needs of the students and appealing to the students' needs is where we go. Also, like making USAC not to be this big monster that everyone should be afraid of and that has all this power that it's like people are scared to make a public comment because they're like, oh my God, these people are so scary. Like these people are in your classes, you know what I mean? Just to like humanize USAC more, because I feel like it's this big scary thing that people are scared to be involved in. Making it seem like, oh, it's okay, we're chill, you know? And it's, yeah.
And like a follow-up for the special elections, what is your current knowledge of GenRap and their roles in FFC, and how will you portray that to students interested in running?
So my knowledge of GenRep is that they each have like a sector of the UCLA community that they represent. Like I think GenRep one is like the greater community. I don't But FSC I know is like finances and stuff to do with that, yeah.
More like, it's weird, it's like, we like each other at work, it's probably one of, like, structural office, because it's not like, there's not any, like, well, there's like, guidelines on how to do it, but I am like, really just looking at like, oh, Jennifer on task here, it's greater than, it's more like, typically like, it's the Jennifer's cater to the community that they come from, but also like, make sure it's still catering to like larger campus. Because, but a lot of times, the focus does end up being like, communities that basically like, really like support them, like, communities that they like have or something. So it's not like, it's not necessarily that like General One like has like a larger campus population, which is like whoever they are. Like,
Tara.
I want to build on what Lily said. We definitely do have a issue, I guess, of needing to rebrand USAC, and I definitely agree with you that, we should be presenting ourselves as more personable. We are students, and they should know that we're here for them as students, and that the space is accessible to them. That being said, we also want to be taken seriously, because I think that USAC has, by a large majority of students, not been taken seriously at the same time. And I think some of us have discussed concerns with professionalism and the need to strike a balance between being relatable and also being candid, but also like being professional. And so with that, I want to give the reminder that when you take this position, you are, becoming a public face for UCLA. So whether that be like social media presence that you decide to put out there, or statements that you do make that is reflecting us, those have to be managed in a professional way. And so I guess my question is, how do you strike, what do you see the balance being between that candid and relatable factor as well as the professionalism?
Is there a specific thing that you're talking about?
I think just the way that we carry out certain events relating to election, there is a degree that we can be relaxed about certain things, but also other things that need to be more, I guess, formalized. I don't know if Shimon wants to speak to.
Okay, so just to give an example, to be completely candid, so let's say when we were announcing the election results, not election, like our results when we got elected, maybe like putting something like this for an uncontested position to say something like, that wasn't a surprise, but we didn't see that coming. I understand that it might not have come from a place of a wrong intent, but just the message that it can give, that it was easy for a lot of us council members, even though we were not contested, being in this position was not just an easy journey. Like a lot of us have put in a lot of work to actually come and be in this position. So just like things like those.
Like, where do you see being the line where you can be candid and engaging students on like that sort of level, a very personal level, and where is the line drawn between, okay, now I need to be like the election board chair and carry myself in that way?
I mean, I guess it's kind of a hard question to ask, just because to answer, because I do find it a little bit hard to be always professional, like that's not who I am. And I don't mean to like hurt anyone's feelings or anything, but I mean, I'm sorry for that. I mean, I'll try my best to do better.
I think this goes back to my question. None of us are gonna get our feelings hurt necessarily, but it's about how you represent USAC to the student body. So like speaking to the Daily Bruin and calling elections a shit show, like how can we reword, like it's okay to just be discontent with the way things are going and be honest about that, but what is a way you can kind of just like rephrase it in a professional way while still being honest?
I'm sorry, just to add on to that, like a lot of
just to give you an idea, like, I understand that being candid is something that is very personal to you, but also like a lot of my friends, or a lot of people I meet on campus who don't necessarily know about the USAC relation, but just that part of the time language, just things that we don't intentionally say, but we don't intentionally mean to say in like a way to, be like, oh, okay, this whole thing is bad, or our election is bad, and we're deciding about it, but then it does get highlighted, and then some people only remember that part of it, like how you tackle that. You know what I'm saying? How do I tackle it? Like going off the least question.
How can you be candid, but still present USAC in a professional light?
I mean, I guess when I'm talking to Staley, so we don't call elections a shit show. Say that it's going bad, and it could be better. Maybe keep that word in my own circle.
I mean, I think beyond that, like, given this hypothetical, not hypothetical, but incident, like, I think even if elections are going bad, I don't think that's something that, like, saying it in that way does, like, good or benefit. I think, like, and Lily, please correct me if I'm wrong, but like, maybe explaining the challenges of what make elections difficult and what will make elections difficult. These coming quarter elections are always difficult, and always come with controversy. I think explaining maybe the challenges that we face and how students can potentially come up with solutions. And that, you know, what we're working on to develop solutions for engagement and turnout, like, might be a better mechanism. And I think that, like, what council members are looking for is kind of a commitment that that's done in the future. Because I can definitely understand the feeling of, you know, it being the end, and the daily reporter comes up to you and you're just done, not knowing that you were going to go apply to election board chair again, and like feeling like you can say anything genuinely how you feel. I just think that there is definitely a desire among council for there to be a commitment to, at least for the next, if you're appointed for the next year, to, you know, really be somebody who is acting in that kind of representative way, talking about maybe the challenges we face and the solutions we're bringing, rather than, you know, I guess like the candidness that I also like do admire at some points, but I think that would like, need to be like maybe held back during those like times. Does that, do you agree with that kind of sentiment that we're kind of addressing?
I don't think it's meant to be like a criticism. I think we all struggle with it. I struggle with it when I talk to David. But there is a way to explain the challenges, like Robert said, very transparently, because there are challenges, there are a lot of them, but it's just about portraying that rather than giving off the impression I think many students have. They have this idea that like USAC is easy and we're just like, we don't know what we're doing, which isn't true at all, but it's hard not to give off that impression. So it's about being transparent and also like looking positively at USAC.
How do you ensure your bias point of view? And I'm saying that my second question is like, how would you ensure that the election process is being fair and transparent?
Bias point of view in terms of what?
In terms of, I guess your team and then the way that you're handling the issue. And also, complaints.
Oh, okay. I mean, we all have our biases, and it can be very hard to put them aside, especially when, you know, you're so invested in something. But I'm not gonna say I don't really care who gets appointed next year. I just don't have like a very big like, stake in who sits on the council, and I think that's a very good quality for an election board chair to have. Whoever comes in, and there's going through the process, and I can't really do anything about it. Not that I would want to take someone out, but like, I don't know, I would just try to, maintain an unbiased perspective as I did, that with this past election. And like I said before, it's gonna be hard to try to find people who are unbiased, but I will try my very best to try to, give them a good interview, and just see what their motives are for wanting to join the e-board. Yeah, but like, as far as candidates go, I can't really, regulate anything, if I even want to.
How will we ensure that the election process is fair and transparent?
Oh, fair. Giving candidates the same treatment, I think that that's as fair as I can be when it comes to everything. Asking candidates, more or less the same questions during debates, giving everyone, the chance to, if I extend an extension to one candidate, I would give it to another candidate. I believe I did that with the signboard locations to students. Two candidates came up to me during orientation, asking the signboard. I extended that to the rest of the candidates, fairness. Whatever I do with one candidate, as long as it's, it can be extended to the rest, I'll try to do that.
Questions? In terms of, when would you expect to have, appointments for your board? So all your appointments, vice chair, investigation, publicity, finance, endorsements.
I want to say that deadline that we set, so July 30th, I'll try to have everyone in. Yeah.
I have a reservation on maybe like having a board set that, I think that's kind of late for having a board. I can go for you, for anyone else to come with it, the July 30th, that's pretty close to getting back. Or,
I feel like especially like that's when I present like the revised e-order, like whether eco meta, like that you guys for like your reports and work on that with how it's not just like like obviously that's within your capacity as well, because like parts of the that like which is like I agree with you on that.
maybe not like your entire board, but maybe like a member to at least vice chair investigation, especially if you have a penalty portion to it.
Yeah, I agree. That's a really good point. I did not even think that having the board initially would be good for setting the code. Dr. Geller. Do you guys want to chime in on that? Ask any questions?
I think also we did to like have the same opinion, so that not all of the calls is
Have a what?
like not all of it, like we actually equal, like it's not all on you, like it would be nice to have someone else to have the same opinion.
Yeah, I mean, that leads me to my next question, which is like, what's your relationship going to be like with council? How do you do that? Obviously, so something we asked you at your prior appointment, given the circumstances, what like will that look like this upcoming year?
I think the e-board chair and council should be civil. Yeah, I don't think there should be a fighting with each other. I mean, like, doesn't really do much. It doesn't facilitate kind of progress. But yeah, at the least civil.
And going off of that, and I know you were a part of this, at the prior council's, controversies with the previous election board chair, stemmed into something of, the previous election board chair presenting proposals to the election code that were contrary to what council had explicitly said said they wanted. And this is something I would love for council to dive into tonight is, for example, lowering the cost barriers, lowering the expenses of election code, lowering, like, what else? I mean, the previous election board chair team wanted to raise campaign expenditures for, and I'm pretty sure it passed, for ballot initiatives and propositions to $5,000. I personally think that's absolutely ridiculous, and I think that anybody who's prioritizing accessibility on this campus would also think that's absolutely ridiculous. What is your process of like negotiating with the council going to look like? Because you were here during those meetings where the previous election board chair would come in and make these propositions, and to me it felt more of a fight than us having to literally like tell them no, like we're not going to do this, rather than an actual like agreement on ideas. So there's two questions I'm asking. A, what are your thoughts on like campaign expenditures and like your genuine thoughts? Because I know that like last time we asked you about this, you were kind of working for someone else who I think felt contrary to what council felt. But then B, like, what is your process of negotiating going to look like? Because that's one thing that I had not expected would come up with an election board chair. It definitely did come up.
So, yeah, for sure did want y'all to be able to spend like $2,000 on elections. And I honestly thought it was so great. Like that shouldn't be a determinant of an election. And I feel like if you are spending that much money and all that stuff, like I feel like money would be a determinant in that case. My personal view, I'm against increasing the spending limit, and I voiced that to Richard. But you know, it went how it went. I'm not a very combative person when it comes to, you know, things like that. I always take a lot of, I like to try to take feedback from, you know, things that I may not have a lot of knowledge about. But I would try to like, let's say I want to increase it by 700. You guys are saying no. I'm saying, oh, okay, how about 650? Okay, like, you know, just like a compromise kind of thing. I'm never gonna like yell and start fighting everyone about something that I want. But I do want to open you guys to like send me some recommendations of things in the code that you want to change. The previous council sent a list to Richard, and that was very helpful to me at that point, and also to everyone on board at that point. So if you guys have anything in the code that you want to change, definitely send it over, and I'll look it over and see what can be added and you know take down and whatever. And I will also you know go over it with my board, and if everyone comes to a consensus, and then I'll present that to you guys do your input. It's like a give and take kind of thing. But I'll never just like start yelling.
That being said, like you said, with the instance of employment, can we have like a date, like potentially when we would have like at least like just like your vice chair and investigation director? And like publicity director maybe, just because that's.
Yeah, so on publicity director, I already have her on board with it. If she can get, you know, put in the next agenda, the next week's meeting, that would be awesome. So I already have her there. I do need to start publicizing for all these positions, I guess tonight or tomorrow. I'm also just letting y'all know that the finals coming up, so I won't be so crazy with it. When summer starts, I will try to get those positions filled. I don't know, like I can't really give you a date because if I don't meet that date, then I don't know.
I personally think that it's good that you think that you should have that application out like tomorrow or the next day. I think that you should keep that application open beyond, obviously, school. I think that application should stay open for part of the summer so people can apply at the finals. I think correct me if I'm wrong, like, we're looking for more of a date of like, maybe when the application would close.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, not even if it was, but maybe like, some you could tell us like by July 15th, I will have a send forward.
Okay,
Not like a whole team, but just like at least like advice here and investigation. Probably. I mean, I understand.
Because you're going to have two applications. So once again, this did not happen at all last year, and a lot of people probably don't remember this used to be the case, but what happened was we would have 4 applications, executive board, so you and I'm pretty sure 5 members that would make up the board, and then there would be a new set of applications for staff members under each of those committees who would actually be doing work, you know, on behalf of election board. This did not happen at all last year. So board should be comprised of kind of like council in the way that there's executive officers and then office and then staff that was under them. Yeah, so like.
But I'm talking about executive board. And
Yeah.
I'm hoping good chance at one, but I'm talking about executive board, and they should, especially before July 30th, like before we actually get into those discussions, like people.
I mean, I can try to get them in before July 30th, but I can't guarantee that people will apply for every position. Everyone might apply for vice chair, or everyone might apply for publicity or whatever. It really depends on other people as well, because it's not all me. But I can try to get it in before July 30th.
And I want to emphasize this too, actually, is one thing that did not happen last year that should have happened was council working with you and working with, it is not just your burden. And election board is under council, it was a committee under council, and we bear the responsibility of this, which is why I did some work with our Facebook page last week. It is our role to publicize that, and I think your duty in that is calling us out when we know from that. So if you message me and say, hey, Robert, like I really need you all to push this application to your office staff and elsewhere, and we don't do it, like we would love for you to like show up at council or something like that and tell us to do that. So I want to make sure that that's like a mutual publicity as well, because I know that you can't do that on your own. But no, I think going back to what Shahal was saying is before July 30th would be great, just because if you have committed to us to have an election code by July 30th, I think that you should have a board that's, and I think council has generally voiced their concern that you should have a board that would review that before then.
I mean, I also would say that if you do come across a situation where no one is applying for a position, like, we understand, we were also, like, you can just tell us that, like, we can definitely come up and tell us, and like Robert said, we can help you with publicity, like, I'm not saying like we're trying to like, this is your responsibility only, like, we're here and we're here to hear you.
Definitely. Good questions and concerns.
Going off of what everyone said, how receptive are you to feedback from council? And if we offer suggestions or advice, how would you handle that?
Suggestions and advice. I want to say, I do know what you're talking about. Just the whole like thing about being professional and candid. I do take that as being very personal to me. It's a thing that I like take pride in, that I'm not like, I don't really like to censor myself, but I do recognize that there's times that I should. And that has been like an ongoing thing in my life, you know? But yeah, that's kind of like a thing that's kind of hard for me to swallow. But I mean, right now, I don't know, like I would try to take it as best as I can. I mean, it depends on what it is. But
Yeah, I was more referring actually to E-code, hiring, and the timeline of general elections.
yeah, I can take that, those suggestions. Yeah. And I'll also,
June, whenever I reached out to you personally to ask you my questions, clarification, what was going on, you were very receptive to that. And I think I feel frustrated with the fact that some people on council are voicing their, issues that they have to deal with afterwards. And I think for me, I was voicing my concerns very much as soon as I saw them, and I wanted to just let council understand the fact that you, at least in my experience, have been very transparent, especially when you are confronted with issues, and even if you're not confronted with issues, you're very helpful. So I think in that sense, I feel confident in you being able to for the next election board chair because you're having fun, doing the best to your ability. And so I think I just want to move on from this conversation if possible, because anyone else has any questions.
So I don't want this to turn like controversial or anything, but I do want to ask this just because I know the council members have asked me to ask this, and just like want you to clarify. Obviously, like, that there was controversy at your last appointment, just like about like things that were either like on your bio on Instagram or elsewhere. And I think that, like, given that we're a council who represents various communities, including the BS students that, are part of like, the Jewish community on campus, just, seeking an acknowledgement, even just like apology, acknowledgement, however you feel about that. I think certainly council members wanted to hear just, your reflection on that, given that that happened a while back. And if you could just speak to that a little bit, I think that would be really helpful for some council members, so I can just try to maybe voice their concerns or otherwise.
Yeah, so I did put something on my bio that, was offensive. Did I mean it to be offensive to any group? No. What it was just like it was a poor, way to defend myself against comments that people have made against me before. And it's something that low-key wanted me. I'm very apologetic about it. And I now realize that those kind of things should not be tolerated and are not allowed. I was coming from a place of self-defense, but I could have done a better job in that capacity. But yeah, it was obviously a bad thing to say. And it will not be coming out of my mouth ever again or anything like that. I don't have any feelings, negative feelings toward anyone. It was just like a dumb way to defend myself, and it was a dumb move.
You have follow-up questions about that? Anybody? Please feel free to, I know that we want to move on from this, and the council members have also voiced their desire to move on to maybe a council discussion and eventually motion, but any final questions? I want this to be as transparent as possible. Any reservations or commitments that we want? I think I'll just say outright that I want a commitment that expenditure should not go up in any case, anything that should go down. And I know that you've already said that you would agree with that, but I want to make that very clear on my end that any campaign expenditures that go up, I think just are not accessible to low-income students who want to serve in this elections, especially since there still is no mechanism to fully reimburse candidates. So until that happens, I don't think expenditure should go up. I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that, but that is definitely my personal opinion on the matter.
But I also just, I personally want to see a commitment that the board does its best to protect the candidates that are running, not in the sense that people need protection from whatever is going on, but in the sense that a lot of candidates don't really know what they're signing up for when they run. We kind of have an idea, but elections tend to get really intense, and I think that it is also on the board to make sure that the election is ran as smoothly as possible. So if people are getting problematic or if things are getting hairy, I would want the board to make a commitment to making sure that that happens at a very low volume, if at all.
Maybe more specific
talking about like people badgering candidates and like,
I think people badgering candidates, but also candidates maybe badgering each other. I didn't see it happen too much this year. I've seen it happen in past years, where it just becomes a really toxic space, and everybody knows it. Like, everybody says election season is very toxic, and like, you know, why add that hard around election season when we can all work to keep it very neutral? I mean, most of us are working towards the same goal to fairly and accurately represent students.
no, absolutely, I can kind of agree on that. Before, the debates and the endorsements hearings, I would meet with Chris, and we kind of like just go over like what if something happens kind of thing. If like someone stands up and starts screaming at a candidate, or a candidate starts doing something bad to another candidate, whatever. We had things that we would do to like remove the person. We had those, quote-unquote protections in place. I also kind of want to add something in the code about that. I do think there is a line of code about that. I remember putting that into the draft of the penalties guideline where, like, a candidate would get punished if they were rude or harassed another candidate. But yeah, no, absolutely, I totally agree.
Sorry, a couple more things just off my head. I think it's great if somebody who has already indicated interest in being a publicity director. I mean, obviously, we know he's been through this process before, so we have to bring these people forward to council for approval. I do have a recommendation if you keep that application open and everything else. One thing I don't have appointments is even with appointments where I feel confident of who I'm already going to appoint, I keep it open and go through the proper process of meeting with my coordinators, one of which is step in the room. So if people want to ask questions about all the interviews that Jimmy's here, who's one of my coordinators for appointments, and has done a great job spending hours of his day interviewing everybody. So thank you for that. I just want to make sure that you are also, it sounds like you have somebody in mind, that I know the person that you have in mind and think that they're a great fit as well, but just keeping that open and also considering other applications, just in case there are really qualified people that want to be part of that board. Do you feel similarly about that?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay. My other question is, and I know that this may have stemmed from maybe your work that you did at your community college with debate questions and endorsement questions. I thought personally that and other council members maybe disagree with this or agree with this, that maybe those questions, instead of like addressing community needs, might have like stirred controversy among like candidates, like particularly like questions like comparing each other and that sort of stuff. Like, how do you feel about like maybe like reflecting on endorsements hearing and debates? How would you do things differently? Would you keep them the same? What's your like opinion on that?
Yeah, so, I was being pushed to make it spicy, and just like stir a little bit of controversy, and try to make it like interesting for people. So I was definitely pushed to make it kind of interesting.
You don't have to name names, but I'm just curious about who. At the time the previous election board chair was it Sol or was it like your board?
This is being recorded.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, I think that's a problem and it should be addressed.
yeah, I was pushed to make it a little bit of a spicy event, make
Okay.
people like engaged. So I was like, okay, well, how can I throw some spice in the mix?
Yeah.
But
How do you feel about that?
yeah, like reflecting on it, those questions were a little aggressive and not really, getting to the message of the whole thing. So yeah, I mean, those questions will not be used again. And I kind of got that from the crowd and from like the way candidates responded to them. But yeah.
Okay. And
Go
then my
ahead,
last
Sinai.
oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, Lily, sorry.
Would you be open to making the questions more related to the job responsibilities? Because I was never once asked about my platforms. Like, I brought it up once in a question that wasn't even related to it, because I just wanted to talk about my goals.
Yeah, I mean, I'll make them geared, because, I mean, I'm not the one that's supposed to be writing the debate questions, like, people are supposed to send but I got no questions whatsoever, so I had to like think on the spot. With all these questions, and I was getting this extra pressure to, spice it up, but yeah, I think definitely.
One question I have is like, and sorry, I know, I'm done after this. Like your commitment to meet and like actually do outreach to communities, I think is like a great idea going to classrooms and advertising elections. Also student boards are like really important. Like, I know, for example, I had a meeting with like Hillel and like other spaces that definitely indicated interest in wanting to sit down and talk to you about like the future of like your outreach to like that community. Also like the MOs, those spaces that traditionally like maybe not have been included in like the elections processes in prior years. Like, can we count on you to maybe do that at the beginning of fall quarter, especially, or at least have members from your board? I mean, especially if you have a really proactive publicity team, to go and do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, John?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can ask Jimmy.
Sorry, what was that?
Yes, hi.
I just wanted to see your reflection on the applicant pool, why you made this decision and such.
Okay, for sure. So this year for election board chair, we interviewed three applicants. They were Matt Richard, Alan Shigari, and Justin Jackson. I think all of the candidates that Nicole Corona and I interviewed, they were all very qualified people. They had, either prior experience with E-code, in the past. And Kiana's example, she was the previous election board chair. And they all were, very passionate about, being able to reform this election system that has been extremely broken in the past. I think in making the decision for Kiana, mostly was looking at her prior experience as being election board chair and her ability to work, independently and with the little resources she had in getting through this past election season. As you know, she was hired very abruptly after Richard White was removed from the election board chair position. And so taking that into consideration, as well as her answers in her interview questions, that's kind of how we made the decision. And looking at a lot of the other applicants as well, they were very strong, very passionate. I think, I wouldn't want to say that someone could be a bad election board chair necessarily, but it was really about finding someone who had experience who could prove that they
All of those other questions for Jimmy. Okay, I'm gonna do a final call for Mahika. I know you just got here, so like, is there anything that like you're wondering? Because if you want to have a vote on this, you can. So like, obviously, so like, do you have any questions that maybe?
I don't want to say something that's already been said, because I don't want to waste anyone's time.
Yeah.
But can I ask, what exactly now going to do differently in terms of the methodology of how this election is played out with special elections?
Yeah.
So like, in terms of, So in terms of upcoming special elections, what are you going to do? Like, what are certain practices that you did this year during this year's election cycle that have to be done again, that you're going to do differently, and how are you going to do those things differently and why?
Definitely booking event spaces way in advance, because I did not realize that you have to do it like a week in advance, and then this is a crazy thing. So definitely that. Definitely keeping a boundary with candidates, and just taking a lot about like my own sanity. Just taking a break once in a while. Don't answer that email if it's not urgent and you're in class and you're midterm tomorrow. You know what I mean? If I was in council meetings, like at 10 p.m. and I had a midterm the next day and I was up till 6 a.m. The sun was coming up in Powell. So definitely drawing like a a boundary with, like, what I can do with myself. That's the biggest thing that I would do differently.
Final questions or comments before we move into Kiana making her closing remark, and then we'll move on to ARC's recommendation from Kim, and then a discussion and a vote. Last call. Okay, thank you, Kiana. If you could just give us like a 1 minute like closing, anything you want to say, and then we'll move on from there.
Yeah, so, I mean, I hope my answers were good enough, for you guys to go yes. I do want to be able to flex what I can do in this position in a way that I wasn't able to, previously, and I think we all can do that.
Okay, with that, we're going to move on to Kim making ARC recommendation, and then each of the members of ARC kind of getting into their reasoning behind that recommendation, and then into a discussion.
So we're at 3-0 vote. The appointments review committee of Kiana Shahar is upward into the election board chairperson. I personally voted for you because I believe that you are not the selection board chair for special elections as well as the following year. You have the experience to carry out a very time-sensitive election. But having said those things, I definitely hope to see more tangible plans for publicity in order to increase overall participation in USAC, as well as getting updates about your certain process for your election board plan, which you have already touched upon during the discussion. Yeah, so lastly, thank you for your time and good luck with lines.
Other two members that were there with their shot.
I would think yes, and, we've spoken a lot about this, I don't want to repeat anything we said, but I just want to, acknowledge that we did take everything that council had to say right now, we were open to answering it, and hopeful that it would be the same throughout, the election process. I really like how, you acknowledge like, hey, this didn't go right, or hey, I can improve that way, and I really think that's a great quality to have, and your experience, and especially your experience having taken it so last minute, will definitely make you a great election board chair. Yeah, good luck.
Was Lily?
Yeah, I also voted yes. I know you're capable of doing this job. You pulled it off, even though the cards are like completely against your favor. I just would hope to see a little bit of change and you being willing to work with us. We're your partner here. We're not trying to offend you or attack you in any way, but there definitely could be some positive changes, especially with the fact that none of us have done a special election before. It's going to be a tricky process and we need to be on the same page about it.
Okay, and with that, I want to move into council discussions or comments, before, like, there's a motion. I mean, you can just move it to a vote, that's fine. I'm just trying to like base this off my experience of like last year. Yeah.
For me, can you go over the, like, commitments that you asked, towns to make before we go into the
Asking Kika to make.
Can you go over the commitments that were asked of Kiana, so that he can make an informed vote?
Oh, yes. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Okay, so a commitment to meeting with like communities, especially communities that have already indicated an interest in meeting with you, such as like Hillel and in those spaces. Having her team or herself do that. Having by July 30th, Tuesday, that's a Tuesday. So we're going to be planning our council meetings tonight as well for the summer. Sorry, we're going to be doing it actually. Having a finalized election code up for vote and modification and recommendation by that date. I would do it sooner than that, so it can be sent into, this is one of those things that will be sent in the Constitutional Review Committee for review, and then we will get formal recommendations, and we'll modify it. There will be for then the finalization of an election board and executive board, given that you receive applicants for all the positions. Kiana has committed within the next few days to opening up an application for the election board executive committee. Is there anything else I'm missing? Not raising, well, and please, somebody, if they disagree with this, they can say so, but I think there's a general consensus, not raising expenditures for campaigns, in any capacity for the upcoming year. And I think those are all the ones we specifically addressed. Am I missing something, anybody? Do you agree on that?
And then like asking for a commitment to support
Oh,
the election board and like
Yes.
help outside.
yes. And thanks for asking me that. Sorry, I'm distracted. Other discussions or topics?
What do we feel, that's a popcorn question, that would be improved in the upcoming year? Do you have any ideas of how?
I think there needs to be a firm timeline for candidates and for the public. I know it got hectic with the schedule for debates and candidates, which affected both candidates and any interested voters. So I'd like to see a firm timeline, and I'd like to see it very publicized.
As someone who ran in elections, never having seen an election at UCLA, like having like very clear steps to completing like the application and like having very clear steps on like if I'm confused on something, I can ask this person, like who do I reach out to for this question? How do I do this type of like documents available on the USAC website, like underneath the election tab is I think really, really important for any transfer who's going to be running next year in either election.
Just to answer your question, there, the USAC election board chairs have websites.
Yeah.
I would love that, like a website again that had that information down with updated sanctions and results. And also with that, the calendar definitely needs to reflect a commitment to actually getting spaces on those calendar dates. I would not like for us to retroactively change the calendar this year again. That I would like for there to be set dates in advance, and then it has to be held for the sake of our judicial board chief and his future justices as well. I think that would stir less controversy. The last thing I'll say is this: as someone who's this is my third time going to debates and endorsements. Doing debates and endorsements on the Hill is something to consider, because although it's not necessarily accessible to everyone, for example, like commuters or students who don't live on the Hill, it does typically draw a larger crowd. And the Hill has been willing to, in the past, host debates in Deneb Auditorium. Those debates had large amounts of people that attended. It was, and once again, since I know that you're a transfer, like this was something that maybe, and I should be talking because it's a discussion on council, but from my experience, those spaces provide just simply a higher number of people. And given that basically no one showed up this year except for candidates and like their campaign managers, if I'm being very blunt about it, I think that's something that we should highly consider how to change. And whether that's buying food for the event, whether that's getting more contested positions in the first place, or hosting it somewhere where students actually reside, that would all be beneficial and something you should definitely consider, because getting those spaces on the Hill also takes a large amount of time. Just like ASUCLA, and I love ASUCLA when we use their spaces as much as possible, but reservations on the Hill also take time and should be considered. Yeah, John.
And I think just going off of that, like, even like expanding to the fact that, and I think it was said during elections, and I think it's true last year, too, is that, like, people that show up to those events, they're going to be voting for. How do people that don't know who they're voting for to kind of be events? Because let's be real, like, a debate where everyone knows who they're voting for, it's pointless. It really is. Like, I'm not like, as someone like who's in the process, like, it's just, there's not going to be a point where everyone knows what's going to happen. How do we bring people that don't know, who like want to engage in the process and want to learn about the candidates somewhat to come because it's just currently not what it is.
To turn the conversation back to Kiana, because, I think Kiana is someone who, like, has experienced a lot of downfalls in the election process, and so she knows, or at least knows the feeling of failure for elections, and she's going to, like, work really, really hard to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And she will have 2 elections that she will be able to try things out and see how it goes, and then under the same leadership, should she choose, she'll be able to, like, adjust her game plan to see, like, what really, really works for the spring election.
I also think just like, yeah, like once again, this goes back to what I've been literally, I'll die saying this. Like, publicity of USAC is intuitive to like, and it's like directly linked to participation in elections, right? It's like, if people don't know what USAC is and don't care what we do and don't care what we, the students that we serve, they're not going to vote for people that are going to be on a council that they don't care about. Like, this needs to be publicized that like, we're the student government. We provide invaluable resources to students on campus, and then like, we're continuing to do so. And that we've really had an impact on this campus. And like, I want to make sure that this is a shared burden, because like, these things are tied together. People are not going to participate in elections for a student government that they don't think does anything, or that they don't care about, or that they don't even know what USAC stands for. Like, this is really a fundamental problem with our student government that results in people not caring about elections. If students knew what we did, and the like authority that we have, this could end up differently. So it definitely needs to be a collaboration, and like, I'm glad, and one of the reasons I appointed Kiana is that I've seen how much, like, as a council member last year, how much you were willing to collaborate with us. I saw the times you showed up to council meetings late at night, dealt with scrutiny, and then still worked with us. You know, like, I respect that, and am happy that you're here.
Sorry, can you speak up?
The only thing that I want to say is that I would like this person that is appointed to be more proactive, so that we can prevent downfalls with regards to reservation, publicity. I think having a game plan from the time that we came on this vote, the time that we appoint, and moving forward with that, I think would help set you up for more success than failure. I think, like, even my experience as a council member, or just like how the elections are ran as a whole, I feel like things like reservations, you don't find out until you actually do it. I think as someone who's been part of a student organization for many years, I know how long it takes to get reservations and how competitive they are. And at the end of the year especially, is when everything is just filled. But as soon as you find out, you start asking, like, you know, when can we start, how do I start reserving spaces on the hill? How do I reserve spaces in Sacramento? What would be the best place you can ask around? We can probably help. I think just that proactivity will help you, you know, in the best way plan for everything that has to be done, without feeling like everything's gonna tumble in a second, you just don't know how it works.
Yeah, definitely, and that was the trial and error that I was going through last season. That hopefully will happen again, because I know it's been done.
And you know, I'll be the first to say this is not directed at you, but I will be the first to motion to remove any appointment that's not doing their job. I mean, we had to do this before, and that was a difficult decision that I was put in, and then other council, all of council was put in last year. If elections are in my opinion, like a failure to the extent, in council's opinion, a failure to the extent of fall quarter, regardless of who's election board chair, like, that warrants removal. And like, I know you know that, and I'm just saying that because like, that's the level of like scrutiny that I want to make sure council provides, is that council has the ability to remove appointments who are not doing their jobs. And I know you know this because you were on the committee of the appointment that was removed last year. So just like, I don't mean that to scare you, I just mean that like, I want to make sure that we're fully transparent, that if like fall quarter elections are done terribly or in a way that doesn't reach out to communities, that I have absolutely no problem like trying to reconsider who we're putting up. And I'm sure that you understand like that level of scrutiny that I need to provide as like a council member to make sure that the elections run smoothly. Or, so, keep the motion, yeah,
So, like,
yeah.
election board chair. Yes, I think.
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All against? All abstaining. Okay, by motion of 11 to 0 to 0, Kiana Shadari is appointed as our next election board chair. Congrats. So thank you. We look forward to seeing that application out in the coming days. I'll be in touch with you. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Okay, sorry, I literally cannot count. 10 to 0 to 0. Regardless, you're appointed. So by I'm going to say it just for the minutes. By motion of 10 to 0 to 0, Kiana Shadari is appointed to election board chair. So with that, we look forward to hearing the application upcoming in like the coming days. And please let us know, because if you send it to me before Tuesday of next week, I'll make sure council pushes that within each of our offices at the next council meeting. I'm really happy like that when we publicize your election board Facebook page, which hopefully you'll use this upcoming year. It started with 125 likes, and now I think it has 500 likes. And like I appreciate council for helping us with that, because that kind of stuff actually helps increase engagement on your end. So thank you. You're good to go. We'll be in touch. Awesome. Okay. Do we want to do a like 5-minute recess, or do people want to keep grinding?
Can you finish officer?
Yeah.
We can do officer reports. Okay. Whew, mine is super quick. Okay. Appointments have been going great. Our appointment process has been very competitive, to say the least, if Jimmy can speak to that. We've had almost 30 different candidates apply for judicial board for 5 seats. Yeah, Jamel, we'll get some good justices, so be ready for that. We've had, I think, every committee that we have is contested, except for like 1. So that is good. A lot of people are applying and are continuing to apply. So Jamil, I look forward to working with you specifically with the judicial board, and appreciate your guidance and recommendation of the 2 clerks that you've been currently working with, who are both transfer students, you said, which is awesome. We'll definitely be heavily considering those 2 appointments. So that's what I'm doing on my end. Office applications are closed now for my office. We're just finalizing our staff now. That should be done by next week. Obviously, I'm going to be republicizing office staff applications in the internship program fall quarter. Please prepare for that, you all, for enormous activities here fall quarter. CEC and CAC obviously put on a wonderful fall enormous activities fair where we can publicize our offices, so prepare for that. Other than that, I have a meeting with Suzanne Seplow on Thursday to discuss the queer inclusive housing platform that I've been working on to make sure that students can preemptively opt out of same-sex housing assignments, not like after the fact, based off like comfortability and safety concerns. I also have my transition meeting with Claire Fieldman, Monroe Gordon, the Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, and myself, along with the Graduate Student Association presidents who are transitioning. That went really well. I'll be having a meeting with Chancellor Block on Monday. So please, if you all have any very urgent concerns that need to be last minute brought up on that agenda, just let me know. I'm going to be doing this throughout the year. Anytime I have a meeting with Chancellor Block, I'm going to like extend that to the rest of council so that there's things that you all really want me to bring up that I put it on the agenda too. So please reach out to me if that's something you all want. Other than that, I've been meeting with Faria, who's the CEO of ASUCLA, to discuss like my school supply platform. It seems to be going well. I'm fairly optimistic that by the end of our council, we will permanently be able to provide Blue Book scantrons and other school supplies for free within the ASUCLA store. And if there's a model that will work for that, that would be awesome. This is something that's already done at other universities. Students shouldn't have to pay for this when they're already paying excessively high prices for laundry and other expenses. This is really just like a baseline thing we can do to actually show that our student government does something tangible for every student on campus. So I'm really excited about that, and we'll continue to work with you all on that. Other than that, yeah, once again, the big things are just reach out to me about the chancellor block meeting, and then any recommendations for appointments. This is something a lot of you all have been doing, is messaging me about recommendations for appointments. Please direct them towards Jimmy or towards Nicole. They also have an email, which I'll give right now, which is usacappointments@gmail.com. So any recommendations or anything like that, please send it. The applications for a lot are still closing. And the last thing I'll say is full transparency. I will be appointing 2 people to the board of directors next week. So please be on the lookout for that. That will also be an extensive appointments process. This appointment is a stipend position for full in-state tuition. They will be overseeing the ACCLA board of directors, which is a multi-million-dollar enterprise. So this is a very important appointment. It requires training over the summer. So please be prepared for that next week. Other than that, that's it from me, and I'll hand it over to IIT.
So the IBT office is conducting the whole week, directorship, I'm probably going to. And, campus safety alliance, this is on Thursday, at 4 TBD where it's found. Yeah. Oh, and lastly, for Jimmy and Robert, I guess, if you could just send, your appointments before Thursday ends, so that, there's no problem. Yes, of course.
I'm just gonna have one for the 4 to 5 time. That room 3508. But I do like to move it to later on my first trip anyway. And then I think that next time we're facing the
Okay, EDP. Oh, sorry, you just tried.
So I have carrot hedges. And just discuss collaborations, especially with regards to Brazil. We have something going on in our spring midterms? No, primaries. No, March is primary. Okay, primaries. Let's see, I have my general staff applications. I have some applications already turned in, which is really great, so I'm gonna do them timely. So once again, just a reminder to anyone that wants to recommend me any people that I should be accepting in the office, please message me and let me know. I've seen that some people have shown interest actually in applying to other offices. So if you wanna talk about your application together, see why not, we can try to figure out collaborations and stuff like that. Regardless of whether you're a such person or not. I was notified that there is a last minute lobbying trip that's going to be happening on Friday, September. We will be going on a delegation with the coalition. So if anyone, I will send this information to the team. But if people are interested in lobbying, randomly to one of the bigger finals this Friday, please let me know. I'm going to contact whoever in that trip. I think that's it.
One thing before I pass off to Lala is, I'm just telling you because I'll forget it, is I'm going to a presidential leadership summit on June 7th to June 10th down at Raleigh. A week ago, they do invite the vice president to come too. I'm thinking this out would be more so you than Kim, because it's external relations with other university governments. So if you're interested in that, I can see that information. I'll be moving June as well. And then,
yeah, so I released my director of action today. So no. Do that.
Hi, we hired all of our staff and we have a meeting already, so super lit about that. Our appointment apps are out now, they're not going super well. I have 0 applications so far. So help me out, spread that. I'm gonna keep it open for a while. And then next Friday, we're having our first Fridays trip. We're taking the blue bus to publicize how lit the blue bus is, because we love transportation. So yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you. And then, sorry, campus events commission.
So we have 3 events as of right now before the quarter ends, so keep growing. So this Thursday, first we have a screening of a film called Good Boys. And then Friday is Ultra Bloom, which I feel like we've talked about for weeks, saying that like the lineups could come out.
I've seen so many advertisements.
It did.
Popping up.
Marketing's going really well. I'm super excited about that. I said our marketing will be bothering you guys a ton next year, and it's already starting. I'm loving it. So we have Snake Hips as the headliner, and even I, as a non-medium listener, knew who that was. So that's like something. And then Drolo and Vincent. And we sold out on tickets already. But there will be a standby line. So if you guys didn't get tickets and you want to come, I would say just standby line is a pretty good bet. Then we're showing on June 4th yesterday, which is a film about, there's like one guy that remembers the Beatles and like waits for everyone to know else knows who the Beatles are. It seems like a really good film. And that, as of right now, about the works. And other than that, we're working on Bird Dog Cat.
WC.
So Brewing Necessities had its first ever mental hygiene fair today in the plaza. It was really successful. In exchange for donating a box of tampons or pads, Brewing Necessities was giving out Diva cups for free. So that's like super awesome to kind of, with every single event we have next year, we're trying to move towards more sustainable and affordable options for everyone who attends. Other than that, we have our banquet on Friday for leadership, outgoing and incoming. We're really excited. Yeah, it's gonna be really fun. It's kind of the last time we're all gonna be together. I'm probably gonna cry. Good stuff. And then, yeah, and then Brewing Necessities has on Thursday, a dental fair that's been a recurring thing all year, and that one is going to be on the hill. So definitely come out, free anything, free everything that has to do with oral hygiene. So, yeah.
One thing I want to bring up, just for everybody that knows, when you give officer reports, those are things that are like relatable for you to chime in. So with the menstrual hygiene care, this just reminded me of this. Is one of my agenda items with Rest Life is that there's been like signage in Rest Life spaces that says like feminine products still, and kind of uses outdated language for like menstrual hygiene products. And I feel like maybe if you will want to be included in that conversation, the meeting's at like 11 a.m. on Thursday, or send a representative even from Brewing Necessities.
Yeah, so actually, thank you for bringing that up. So last spring, so basically a year and a month ago, we actually had like a rollout of replacing all of the stickers on campus that say feminine hygiene products or menstrual hygiene products, and we've done that. And so, thank you. Yeah, that's something that's really easily accomplishable. We already have some materials, so.
So I'd love for you to be there, like, me.
Awesome. Can you send me?
Yeah, of course. Okay. Anything else, sorry?
Can I also strike for technology?
Oh, sorry, I can't do it. I'm like, I can't. Anything else?
All done.
Okay, sweet. Jonathan.
Cool, hello. So this past weekend on Friday was Project Ruin. So Project Ruin is one of our main events with our internal programming committee in CFC. So we bring from the projects that are under CFC that work with kids, we bring those kids to UCLA for a day. And this year the theme was Leaf a Legacy, focusing on environmental sustainability. So they go through different workshops hosted by different orgs on campus, different people within CSC. They got to do a lot of cool like hands-on experiments this year, which is really awesome. There's like bounce house, shirts, like all that kind of fun stuff, cool kid stuff. We had about 200 kids come this year, which is a little less than normal for us. We had to move the date because we had a date a few weeks earlier, but then Centennial kicked us out. So we had to move to Memorial Day weekend, which lots of people are out of town for that, so our numbers went down a little bit from that. But regardless, it was still a really good time. On kind of a side note of that, we have a lot of like extra shirts, not just from Project Room, but just in general. And I'm at the point where I'm just not donate them all. So if you need shirts, youth and adult sizes, for really whatever reason, you can come up, you can do whatever you like. You want them, like, let me know. I'm gonna like offer you but like we need a lot, yeah.
Excuse me.
And we also have like some misprinted lanyards. So if you don't mind like CSC lanyards, you can come as well. I really that's not bad. So yeah, this week, the RCC is closed, but I wanted to mention it anyway. The Charles Lee Humanitarian Awards ceremony is on Wednesday. I was on the committee this year, and there were a lot of really cool applicants. Just wanted to kind of like recognize that for students that like contributions to like public service and for that. I unfortunately won't be in attendance. We have our first meeting with our old and new staff combined on Wednesday during that same time. Just something that obviously. On that note, we are working on director transitions right now with our current staff. We have all our staff and directors hired. But we've been going through transitions for 2 weeks now. We're finishing up those up before graduation happens, for the summer. What else? So part of 60 is advocacy. So what's really going on today right now with advocacy that we're really push is Measure EE. The election Measure EE is coming up on June 4th. It's an LAUSD special election. It's the only thing that's on the ballot. It's a land tax, so it's 9 cents a square foot. But essentially what those funds go directly towards LAUSD education, to reducing class size, attaining high quality teachers and school employees, providing excellent school nursing, library, counseling services, safe, clean, well-maintained support schools, as well as supporting special needs, disability, homeless, people with homelessness, foster youth, and other underserved and disadvantaged students. It's really important. I'm like, even if you're not from LA, I'm not from LA, but like, I know that LA's school system is really broken. Like, looking outside the school system is not broken. It needs to come. It really does. And in CSC, we have over 40 different sites within LAUSD. Our students here at UCLA go to almost every single day. Every single day. A lot of sites go 3-4 times a week, every single day. So we're really pushing that. If you're registered to vote here, like within like the Western community, we're part of LAUSD, so you're eligible to vote. You might have gotten a little mail or email depending on how you're registered. But that's June 4th. It's the only thing on the ballot. We're voting against on Measure EE. We have a ton of really cute stickers that our marketing team made, and then we'll fly like little hangout flyers. So if you'd like any of those, they're in a box right outside of my office for a platinum cook-off. Feel free to take as many as you like tons, or I can bring them to you. I can whatever. Like they're super cool, super cute. So that's on our Measure EE. I think that is all I have.
Hi, so, we also closed our staff applications, we've been interviewing all week, and we'll probably be finished interviewing by Friday. Somebody tried to finish the Saturday, and was like, I'm sorry, I hate the whole hiring process, it gets so long, and it gets so repetitive, but I also really love it too, because people are really coming in, they're like super passionate, so, I'm super excited to see, the staff that we're gonna get here. And, we're also working on appointments too, because Robert and I shared appointments, we're going to be hiring them simultaneously, and then making our recommendations to Art, so that's going really well, and yeah, that's all I have.
I saw.
So we have,
we're in the process of implementing our abstract goals, and we had a lot of people applied, so I'm very happy about that, and our interviews going. And then also about the, I'm not sure if this is the same one that Joanna spoke about, but, BCC going on a walking trip also on the 21st. And, they did say that there is one position where any national student can go, and so I personally want to be there, but I'm looking out for someone who will personally know anyone who doesn't have to be an international student, but who would like to speak as a representative for international students or an international student, please get in touch with me, so that I can be on that contact and we can have the chance to go in. I would also, anything has like, recommended that we join also, but if anything has lobbying experience and can actually tell me how this country and all that stuff works, I do believe that. Yeah.
Sorry, we're just going to get the notes Friday to Friday. Nice.
Sweet, okay. Admin reps, and Karen, I know that you've been emailing all of us, and we really appreciate your help with appointments. Do you want to reintroduce yourself, and then any updates you have on your end?
That'd be great. Hi, everybody. I'm Karen Hedges, and I work in student affairs, and I'm pretending to be Deb Geller tonight. She can't be here, but I was really happy to jump at the chance because this is cool. So thanks for having me. So what I do, one of the many things I do is the appointments process. So it's your process, but there's a formality to it regarding eligibility check and then the appointment letter, which comes from Chancellor Block or by Chancellor Warden. So I'm the one that administratively implements those things. So that's why I've been emailing those of you who make appointments and the process and whatnot. So I just need communication. I just need to know when you're done, who you've appointed, and we need to make sure that anybody here considering has completed the eligibility, that they've passed the eligibility. That's kind of it. It's chill, but it's not because it needs to have those steps to it, when it's written. But yes.
So for the timeline of when the eligibility checks going for like potential appointees, would you say it's like only, after the interview or something like that, or would you want like
So
who applies to do it? Or?
Right, this is a great question. So the way that both Robert and Zach being the president of GSA, so both presidents have decided to do it for their appointments, is to include in their application at the very bottom, it says, your application will not be considered unless you tell you completed this form, make sure you've done it. The form is literally, and maybe some of you have actually sent the form to you because I just was trying to get some guinea pigs in the system. You click it and then you click submit. That's it. The form's done and the background check happens automatically by the man in the machine. And then once they get your information that I requested, you'll have access to make sure to go in and see who has been confirmed. And if you ever can't, I can see it. So it's instant. So the answer to your question is, I would really have people do it when they apply and not bother with waiting till later. Great, thanks.
Tara, did you have a question?
Oh, you did answer your hand, I'm sorry.
I can check now, but Lily and I both got an email regarding the campus facilities coordinating commission.
Yeah.
Can you explain a little bit what that is, because both of us weren't aware that kind of happening for it?
Oh, got it. So that particular appointment, a few of these committees are you, based on your office, period, plus an appointee of a student who's not elected. So you're sitting on that committee as this commissioner that you've been appointed, that you've been elected to. Yes. So I asked you to complete that form as a guinea pig, and because it just makes it all official in our database file. Thanks for asking.
Thank you, Karen. Jessica, hi.
Just a reminder to turn in your hiring paperwork, by Friday. If you haven't done it yet, please talk to SGA.
Said hi and call me out.
And then also just as an FYI, Fernando and I will be out of the office tomorrow, Friday, for the RIC Summit in Irvine. So we'll be on email, but not So just if that's maybe taken care of urgently, let us know now. Okay.
I was gonna say this summer. Okay, sure.
Yes, yeah.
I have like 2 questions. We can talk about this later, but can Nadia and I switch offices? Can we have someone move our things?
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
would
we
do
do
that like,
coordinate that way, so just email me whenever you're ready for that.
we're like ready whenever. We're like ready whenever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can let, facilities know. So, yeah. And just let us like label anything that you don't wanna keep in the mood, like.
All the stuff in the hallway?
Yeah.
No. That's rocky sands, it can all go.
There's old bruising item propaganda that I guess is doing it.
Yeah, we can.
Also, my second question, this might be really stupid, but I have all these resumes that have been shared to the fact drive of random people. And I keep thinking they're appointments because they say like appointment resume. But there's no one that's applied for fact. So why am I getting all of these resumes?
Oh, you're on our shared appointment, right?
So I get all of them, even if they're not.
I mean, the purpose of it is so that when you vote, there's actually a legitimate purpose is that like, when you vote, you're making an informed decision. So, typically what Jimmy and my appointments coordinators are supposed to do, and what I'm supposed to help them with is send out all that information to you all. Usually the resume and sometimes their application, so you can do that in advance. Obviously, I didn't feel like necessarily doing that for Kiana, just given like her experiences with something that she obviously has talked on and relied for. But in the future with like BOD, where that involves extensive experience potentially with like maybe a nonprofit or like a business entity, that definitely will be shared. So that's the reason why those are shared. To answer your question, but no, totally should have clarified that
I
before they.
spent like an hour trying to dig through the fact email to
I'm
see
so
where
sorry.
these are coming.
Yeah, I should have let you know that in advance, so sorry.
And then probably my resumes, like the people that apply to the art shared committee, because like I wanted access to the resumes too, so I'm sorry about that.
It's okay, I was just thoroughly confused.
Love standing. Jonathan?
Do you know if there's like, like this ASU today, do anything with, there's this old printer that's been sitting outside my office for, I think, a whole week. Is it like, how do
Yeah, we can e-waste it, so just, label it and let us know where it is, and then we'll have some move it. Yeah,
I've been in the
send me
hallway.
an email or email to sgs@ancstla.edu. That's our student government services support staff, and they can also like schedule with the custodial meetings to have those things happen, even if I'm not.
Literally everything in the hallway except for Zara's suitcases, because I would feel bad.
Yeah.
But if they go missing, it's not my fault.
Everything there is. Okay, Jonathan, one thing I want to ask, and this is so random, and I'll bring this up later because we had a vote on FSC stuff in a little bit, but given your work with the like lab coats, I talked to the prior FSC about this, about given that there is no FSC until fall quarter, how those programs will continue over the summer, and one of the possibilities, obviously, like through collaboration with good folks, good people. I know obviously this is kind of your purview, like under CSC, but also like since you worked on it last year, I'm telling you this, just so you and Jimmy can connect maybe to like discuss. Are you or are you not the director of Good Close to People? I'm just messing with you. About lab coats potentially being something that could be collaborated with FSC, CSC, and Good Close to People. So we keep on your radar. And maybe even with eye clickers too, which I know AAC has handled probably. So, okay, moving on from that, any final questions for our admin reps? And thank you again, Kara, for coming out tonight, representing us. Okay, I think, does everybody feel comfortable just moving on with the resolution? Because there are members of the public here who I'm sure want to go home as well and go about their lives. So are we okay with doing that and maybe taking like a 5-minute recess? Okay.
No recess.
Yeah, that's fine.
I want to get this over with.
I'm just going to have him chair because I really do pee, so you can go ahead and do that. Yeah.
Oh, no. If, sorry, when I chairs, I still.
Oh, she does get to have her vote still.
Yeah. Yeah, so if y'all could just like open up. So, the goal of this resolution is to have a conversation with Brad Sherman, who's waiting on that, and his constituents about, the human rights violations. And I think just like as a public servant, it's like his job to hold those meetings, and as an international institution, I think that UCLA should stand as a very good even affected by. Wait, you have a question?
Just out of curiosity, I know the resolutions like that is gonna, call for a congressional hearing on human rights. And there's also talk about these human alone. Are we, have you already spoken to them or like tried to at least reach out to them? I'm just curious.
So we have been trying, to get a hearing in person, and last month we were actually able to go to Washington DC, to lobby and speak to some of the staff people. And I think that this resolution we pass will actually put up a lot of, will give us a lot of advantage in like pressure actually being, like, recognizing the fact that people care that. So there's that.
I move to vote on the resolution. I move to approve a resolution to call for a congressional hearing on human rights violations in the Philippines.
So if you approve the resolution. Okay, put a 10, but anyone abstain? Okay, so with a 10 to 0, vote, the resolution passes.
Okay, with that, we're going to move into. No, did Jamil, where'd Jamil go? Hey, thank you all so much for coming out. Naomi also says thank you. We all say thank you for coming out.
The Philippine Explorer and District 2 is having an end of the year party from 12 to 4. You're more than welcome to come and just break it with us.
When is it?
June 1st. June 1st. Sunset, well, from 12 to 2, we'll be at Sunset Break at the pool, and then from 2 to 4, we'll be at Delta Patio near the middle.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Y'all are awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you all again.
Shout out to my girl Andre who left.
Okay, so where did Jamil go? Okay, Jimmy, but why is he coming back?
Think so?
Is it Stubbs here?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. It's, yeah, so the only thing I want to do now is like not make Jamil stay here all night. Okay, we can go ahead and do summer planning then. So the first vote is a very, thank you again, is the first very simple vote, which is, and Jessica, please feel free to chime in because I'm not as experienced with this, is the simple majority. So during council meetings over the summer is our quorum, is not 10, it's just a simple majority of council members, which is, 7, or I guess now 8, since it would, with additional ISR.
Yeah, so typically it would be 8, but given that you only have 12 seated,
It would be
so
7.
you're at least 7.
Okay. Okay, so I'm under the assumption, and the other item on this agenda is our petition to judicial board, which we have to vote on. From my talks with Jamel, and my assumption is that what that intention of that constitutional provision is of elected officers, not bylaw or constitutional. Thank you, Jamel. Come save us. Yeah, so I don't want to preemptively say how judicial court's going to rule, so if anybody knows how it's going to rule, my understanding, what I'm going to advocate is that what that means is elected officers. It's unreasonable to think that, like, it means officers in the Constitution or bylaws, because then if we got to a theoretical situation where only, let's say, 6 people ran, then council could not exist. I don't think that's the intention of that constitutional provision. I think it would be somewhat ridiculous for it to mean that. So when we do this vote tonight, I think that we should say 7 people for the summer. How do people feel about that? Does everybody understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Quorum changes for the summer to set to a simple majority. Yes, so there's another vote too, which is there a vote? Yes. Council virtual, no, that's a consent item, vote, yes. So this is the only actionable vote we'll be taking tonight, is to convert to a simple majority. So the way this would work would be like, I motion to change summer quorum requirements to a simple majority of 7 officers.
I motion to change summer core requirements to simple majority
Okay, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Please say I'm correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I'm not counting. 10. My motion 10 to 0 to 0. The motion passes, and for the summer, council will be done on a quorum basis of a simple majority with 7 officers. Okay, next, judicial board stuff. Hi, Jamil. Thank you again so much for coming out, as you do a lot of time. We appreciate it. So, our first vote is going to be about petition as council, and Matthew, please feel free to chime in, because I know that you've done a lot of work actually putting this petition together. Basically, once again, just for clarification, what we're doing is having a petition that will go to judicial board that will essentially clarify the meaning of this constitutional provision. It basically says that quorum is like a certain standard of council officers. And then we're voting to support submitting such a resolution, so I don't have to submit it as me, an individual petitioner, but we can submit it on behalf of council. Jamil, you want to go ahead and
Yeah, so my reasoning behind that was to have a greater case for accepting this petition. I would like to remind you all that the commenting part of the judicial report has not been used since 2011, and even then, in that instance, it wasn't defined by the board. So I'm just trying to present this to the board and have a strong case as possible for accepting this. And I think if you were to vote as a collective, it would show strong support for us to our positions offered to the
Matthew, yes. Do you want to say anything? I know you've done a lot of work with this petition, so. Okay, cool. Do you have it up right now? Because I want to read the language just so all of council's fully informed about like what the language currently says. Okay, yeah, and also Matthew, sorry, other thing. Do you mind sharing it with council? Sure. So there's an all council email. It is USA Council at asUCLA.ucla.edu.
At J1 hearings, usually there's like a petitioner and a respondent.
Yeah. So
I feel like both the petitioner and the respondent.
I'm sorry.
Like, how does that work?
So yeah, given that this case will be non-adversarial,
Yeah.
I would hope or imagine you will be listed as a petitioner, that's okay. I'm perfectly okay with making an exception for this instance. I know that that petition, like the template, is the only kind of formal way of sending a petition. So it will have to be for now. We will make an exception until in the future, we develop another template for specifying.
So there's just like no historical precedent.
Yes.
So then, who is the respondent? We are also the respondent.
So there will be no respondents, this is not adversarial, we will just do the petition. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, usually when council acts as like a petitioner and there is a respondent, the president acts as a representative. So on that note, I'm definitely, I don't know what, I know we talked about this a little bit, but if there needs to be clarification, because I really do want to personally, or for council to push the case that it needs elected officers, if it would help for me to go with like representing council as past presidents have done in judicial work, I'm certainly wanting to do that, if that will help influence or persuade judicial board to see council's line of argumentation about that provision.
Yeah, as of now, it's only hearing on this issue,
Okay.
but I am open to, suggestions, lines of argument from council, so that, you know, about a whole thing.
Okay, awesome. It's at, sorry, one second. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Is this like, just really applying to like 3-4 weeks in fall before people are elected? Because if so, then like, is that really applying? It's fine if you just want to stay here for 4 weeks.
I'm down with that. I just worry like that can change so quick, like last year with people being sick or like given how close we are. And for future reference, I also think it's worth it.
There's also things that like, medicine is happening again, like 5 years
Yep.
later, that would matter.
Yeah, there are precedents through judicial, I mean, similar to how like a regular court operates. So this would be something that we extend just beyond our term too. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Like I really hope that it doesn't, but it would be great just to clarify this anyways for future reference as well. Okay. So with that, sorry, Matthew is sharing with us currently. Sorry, sending currently the email to us. I have lots of emails from Naomi right now. Sorry, 1 second. You sent it already, Matthew?
Yeah.
Okay. Can everybody check and see if they got it sufficiently? I think so, it should. Can you share the doc with us as well, Matt?
Yeah.
If you just said.
So this sort of just takes a few seconds.
Oh, wait, I can just, I'm so, the group meeting. Nobody else suggested it? Where was the suggestion for the group meeting? Okay, okay, so I just, the purpose right now is to vote on this so that council can be the petitioner. Because obviously I can't unilaterally make council the petitioner, like we have to agree on that. So the vote would be like, I motion to, make council, or make USAC the formal petitioner, for, I mean, the judicial court case concerning forum. That's it.
It's like a science fiction, like law fiction.
It's just a name, no, it's okay. Matthew, to be fair, it's spread blame, Matthew.
No, I'm not. It's just an interesting.
Joanna is motioning.
I motion to make USAC the formal petitioner for the case one.
I second.
and second, sorry, Kim, next time. All in favor? All in favor? Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna count right. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, by motion of 10 to 0, the motion passes and council will be the formal petitioner for this case. Awesome. The next thing that is continuing judicial court assistance funding in the next year. Okay, so we're gonna all have to kind of work through this right now. Jamil, do you know exactly how much you need to raise your stipends back up to what they were for this year?
As of now, no, but I did see the, May 20th, budget for the judicial board, and I think we're down to 2,000. But of course, that's gonna be different month to month, that we still have that.
Okay.
Until the end of the year.
Okay. So do you want to clarify for the rest of the council what we discussed about this?
So yeah, to my understanding, the current funds, that are looking for budgets at the end of spring quarter, will go into surplus, which we definitely don't want because you have myself as the Chief Justice, I'm part of the Associate Chief Justice, and then you all have the honor of appointing 5 new justices to the judicial board, and we're gonna need funding for their seconds. So we definitely would want that to continue with surplus. But essentially, I think this action item, as Robert explained to me during our conversation, will just continue the existing funds that are already there into next year.
Yes, that's correct. So there's two things. Is in the future, we're going to have to potentially consider moving money from the election board's daily and advertising budget into the judicial board stipend budget. So last year, council made a new, precedent of wanting to stipend judicial board for their work. I think that is especially relevant this upcoming year, given the suspected caseload that you all will be dealing with 2 elections, and also your and my shared goal of wanting judicial court to be a place that no longer serves as simply an appeals court for elections, but rather a court where members of the public can freely submit petitions on all actions concerning council, which is what judicial court was originally designed to be. So with that intentionality in mind, it is more important than ever, in my opinion, that judicial court is stipended for the work that they do, and will be done in the future. So tonight, I'm wondering, and this is maybe a question for Jessica as well, is there a way to preemptively vote to hold their money and not let it go into surplus? All of they would, I think, $10,000. It's still in their budget. Can we vote to not put that in surplus? Because I know that if I at a certain point it will go in surplus.
Yeah, so any money that's not expended at the close of the fiscal year would roll over to the next year in surplus. So, I mean, it kind of depends on where the money came from, because I think it came from a couple different sources from this last council. And surplus has different restrictions on it based on where the money is coming from. So I would say at this point, it might be too early to make that vote, just because you all haven't seen any preliminary budget numbers for next fiscal year, which you all will see and have to ask for the August 1st open of your all budget. So, I mean, I think you definitely can commit to supporting judicial board and supporting the amount of money that they currently have, but I think at this point, it might be too soon to commit that that would come from any one source, because you'll really need to see your numbers to figure out where you have to come. There's also the other thing about surplus is, the numbers take a long time to be calculated, except money doesn't come up for discussion until fall. So even if it was something where you were going to restrict it, it still wouldn't be available until later into the academic year. Versus if you're allocating them a budget going forward, that money would open up August 1st.
Okay. So I guess regardless, the money would not be there until August 1st. Would have to be spent by, when is it? Sorry, it closes?
It goes from August 1st to July 31st. So any money you allocate for judicial work for 1920 would be, open.
Does that sound reasonable, Jamil? Is there use money you currently have until the end of July, and then we'll reinstate it? And just so council can know, I know that you all did a formal for us for council last year. How much money total did we allocate you? Do you remember?
Last year we used 13,000.
Okay.
Because our budget was $100. Now it's $13,100. So yeah,
Awesome. Okay. So I just want everybody to keep that in mind because I do want to continue to support, I will say support, Jamil and Judicial Board and the work that they're doing, and I think that stipending them is important. So we should definitely consider that in the future, and I'm going to support reinstating that surplus because I think you will take it seriously. So thank you, Jamil. There's nothing else that I need your guidance for. So we appreciate you coming out as usual. Thanks again. Oh, yeah. No, so we're gonna table this vote until when our budget actually comes out.
Yeah, I can talk to the bonds.
Okay.
So we bring it. Because I think also you probably want to consider, if this is something you want a long-term fund, you really should have a stable source of money for the stipends, not pulling it every year from whatever part of the budget is possible.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that would be a conversation to have with it.
Yeah, and that's another full transparency, is Richard White, our previous election board chair, did not want to spend money on daily Bruin advertising, so we pulled most of our money for judicial board surplus from daily Bruin advertising under election board. So that's where that money originally came from. That money should be there next year, it's just gonna be a matter of if we wanna use it on daily Bruin advertising or something else. So just to keep all that stuff in mind. Thanks again, Jamil. Okay, so we're gonna table that. Next is council virtual participation. This is just a consent item vote, meaning that if there's opposition or not. This is just basically saying that we're going to allow virtual participation for the summer. So you would be able to vote online. Yeah. So like via Skype or via Google Hangouts. Last year, council used Google Hangouts. Yeah.
Is it required to be a Tuesday or Friday time?
Nope, it can be a new time, a new day, all of that. In fact, I was thinking based off of a lot of what our conversations are having, that maybe potentially Tuesday mornings, because a lot of people will be way ahead of us in time, either in like various parts of Europe, various parts of Africa, various parts of Asia. It sounds like we're just all going to be everywhere. So we can discuss that separately. It does not have to be the same day or time. Yeah. Okay. And yes, last year we met bi-weekly as well. So there's another vote on here, which is our schedule of meetings. So we're going to schedule all our meetings for the summer tonight. So yay, this must be done. And I would rather not do a week 10. So council virtual participation. Is there any opposition to allowing us to participate virtually at council over the summer? Do everybody see the point of this? Okay, so I'm going to do a formal all opposing, any opposition, final call for any opposition. Okay, the motion passes and council shall be allowed to meet virtually and participate virtually over the summer of 2019. Okay.
So here's a comment about that. So next week will be your last meeting of the quarter expense week. So you'll need to make sure you bring up your summer virtual meeting guidelines to be approved by week 10. You also have to have your schedule set by week 10 so that all this stuff is locked down before you go to summer, because you won't be meeting finals week unless you can't get your stuff together, then you usually would have to meet finals.
So we're going to be doing our scheduling tonight, updates and times. So this is a very open conversation. Like, this has changed a lot and it's been variable over the years. So if this is something that like we feel like should be bi-weekly or weekly or otherwise, then that's something we can talk about. How do people feel? I guess the first question is bi-weekly or weekly? What is our?
Get a sense of like where everyone's going to be like at what times. Like if you're not going to be here, then you can convey like when you're young, because what if you don't need to like be bi-weekly? Like when you keep bi-weekly after summer.
It's important how you specifically actually talk about.
Yeah, so I think these are kind of two separate conversations, and the reason why is because like, regardless, summers are kind of slow. The only thing we are appointed is in contingency is continuing, which contingency is allowed to continue. So FICOM has the discretion to allocate funds and approve them retroactively when we have bi-weekly meetings. Does that make sense? So they will still operate on a weekly allocated basis, and will just approve actively those, or proactively those allocations. So that's solved. We do need to discuss the timing though too, is like where everybody will be and what time we should have the meetings at. So I personally like having bi-weekly meetings. It made things a lot less stressful for everyone, and then everyone seemed more willing to commit when we have like bi-weekly meetings rather than weekly meetings. I personally won't be here this summer. Is anybody else, where's our, yeah, I mean, I guess we can ask the question that I was asking, like, where
Let's
else?
start on the table.
Yeah.
Like, what?
I'm gonna, yeah, let's just say our time zones.
Yeah.
Central time, 2 hours ahead,
Participate.
Nashville.
For the whole summer.
I don't know where that is.
No, but what about you, the whole summer?
What, oh, maybe you guys asking. Yeah, for the whole summer.
I'll be in LA the entire summer except for like basically end of August to when school starts. I'll be in Boston, so 3 hours ahead.
Except, sorry?
End of August to like beginning of school, I'll be in Boston, so I'll be 3 hours ahead.
I will be in South African Standard Time, which is 9 hours ahead. 9 hours ahead, from when we leave school to the December, and then I'll be.
I'll be on but I can't meet on Tuesdays from 6 onward.
6 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna be in Dubai for most of summer, all of summer, it's gonna be 11 hours ahead, and I'm gonna do the really Pakistan for like 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, sorry, so 11 hours ahead in Dubai, and then,
Well, you can do 11 hours ahead.
okay. Okay.
I'm not sure it's gonna change, but I've been talking inside.
You'll be in order. In California. Okay. Robert will be in Kentucky, 3 hours ahead. Eastern time, Eastern. Also,
Naomi will be in Europe. It's for study abroad. It's the poli-sci program, it's the London, Paris, Brussels, and Amsterdam. So I'm gonna be there for a month, and I'll probably just give you I'm gonna be like 9 hours ahead.
you won't want to be there.
From June 18th and up until the middle of July.
July. Okay. Kim.
Kim will be in the Bay Area, California, and still there once.
I love being in the
I will be here for all of summer except for June 23rd
Where will you be?
So I'll be, sorry with it? I hear me not be able to call it, just depends on how many times you guys hear it.
2 hours ahead. Can you give me those dates again? Or, sorry, 2 hours ahead. Yeah, the dates give me.
June 23rd through July 8th.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
I'll be in San Diego for the rest of the summer, and then I'm coming back here for summer session C. But either the week of the 17th or the week of the 24th of June. I'll be camping in Mexico, so I don't even know if I'll be able to like call in at all.
During those times of your game.
Yeah, it's home.
And sorry, what are the dates again?
It's either the week of the 17th or the week of the 24th of June. I don't know which week we're going at.
June. Okay. So, yeah.
Sorry. The week of like August 11th, so if we do have the event, I will not be able to.
Okay, so the reason I don't post daily meetings in the morning, I hope it's evident now, is like after talking to you all, everybody's like ahead of us. Shahama will probably have to have her meetings either at night or in the morning. I'm assuming, I mean, would late at night be reasonable to you?
Okay, so the only problem I face right now, hopefully I'll work something out around this, so in Dubai, the problem we have is no video calling is allowed. Everything is blocked from Skype, FaceTime, WhatsApp video calling, whatever, you name it. And you need a really strong VPN to get that down. So if it were my time in the morning, I could have gone to my dad's office to test me. But that would be like really background, because that's not possible. So I'm working on getting a weekend at my home, so that I would just have a little hangout or something like that, which technically is legally not allowed.
She breaks the law.
But, the only app we are allowed, it has a pill down to download it, it's free in the US, it's called Button, it's BOTIM, it's just a normal video calling app, it's not free for us, that's when like we have a package coming in that's legally allowed, all people can just download it for free. Yeah,
Can you get it on your computer or is it only on your phone?
no, I think you can get it on your computer. It's like, I think, as far as I know, it's like a normal video calling app that you can get anywhere. I don't know if it'll be done to that. I'm trying my best, I've spoken to my dad, I'm trying my best to get it in, so I'm gonna try.
Yeah, you can use it on the internet. So what's it?
No, it's not. Yeah, it's like, like, it has to go through, literally, this is. That's weird.
Okay, so yeah, and then obviously like the concern with that too is that like night times are rough for like you or potentially me or potentially Lily and Lalo.
So like, I'm okay with talking at night. Like, I don't have a problem with like my time and night time.
Yeah, I'm fine with nighttime. I'm looking studying for the LSAT.
Me too.
So that's like,
Mhm.
I'm fine with nighttime.
Okay, let's,
We just like throw out some time and then we can like, yeah, let's do days of the week and then let's do time. Day, let's decide a day of the week and then a time.
What if we did like
are we? I think we can do weekends.
I need to not to allow.
Weekends are like,
Might it be easier to do it beautiful? Oh, maybe.
We could, but I feel like it's our general consensus that weekends are good.
I just,
No,
that
I
was
mean,
such
it's always not.
okay,
Oh, no, no.
Monday, does Monday work?
Monday, I like Monday.
Let's just like take a poll, like raise your hand. Monday through Friday, does Monday work for people? Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, Friday.
I would prefer not having it Thursday or Friday.
Just do Fridays.
Okay, so Monday, Wednesday are the two most popular. Is there a preference over Monday or Wednesday? Monday. Is everyone good with Monday?
Yes. Is anybody not good with Monday?
Depends on the time.
Okay.
Okay, so now let's do time. Let's start at like, we'll do it in California time. and then everyone can just convert. So let's say California time, 9 a.m.
Well, that automatically excludes John, so I think we should try to either before 9 or after 5.
Wait, what time is? What?
BC.
Oh, 9 to 5.
9 to 5.
Joanna, you're working a 9 to 5 job, right? So it's before it's 9 Pacific time or after 5 Pacific time.
Okay, what about 8 a.m.?
Evening on Monday?
Sorry?
Evening to evening on Monday or Wednesday, or,
I think we're doing mornings of the Monday, right? Right now?
so that's before 9 a.m.?
Yeah, so
I'm really not going to be done in time for review. I mean, I'll let you.
I know this might be brutal for some people in LA, but 7:30
a.m.
I mean, my point is that if it's 8, what's the point of like people joining if they like, for example, if you want to leave probably at 9 anyway, so we'll lose quorum or we'll lose you as 30
Okay,
minutes
if
away.
we're doing 7:30, it has to be Wednesday, not Monday.
Okay.
Okay, then let's look at the nighttime options.
Yeah.
So anytime after 5, what is for our international friends?
If people like 5 or 6 p.m., that's like Friday and.
No, we don't have to do that.
Okay, what about?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know.
Maybe like 8 p.m. or something.
What about 11 p.m.?
What?
That's
11 p.m. Pacific.
No, because,
No,
That's 2 a.m. in Kentucky.
Yeah, that's 1 a.m.
We are having me chair 2 to 4 a.m. I'm so sorry. Yes, I am.
No, because that's like 4 in the morning. What about 10 p.m. Pacific time?
You asking a lot from me right now. But
What?
I'll do it.
What is one problem?
I'll do it. I'll do it.
6 a.m.
I'll do it 1 a.m.
Oh, that's way too early. Wait, okay.
So I guess that shouldn't be a part of this decision because I feel like either way it's not gonna work out.
No,
So I feel like, I don't know like my exact set schedule either of like when I work. So I feel like you should make the decision independent of me. If I can show up for the summer, great. If not, the simple majority of people will say.
Yes.
I'm just jumping in midway, so if we all have already discussed this, why don't you think about like what days you would be available and not try to lock down a time for like a weekly or bi-weekly or whatever meeting, but like do some kind of doodle poll and see like, you know, what weeks you all are available, and even if it's the same time, you can just make it for that 1 week.
Yeah. We figured out that Mondays and Wednesdays worked.
Yeah. So
But
now,
like every Monday, Wednesday, or?
But we're probably gonna do bi-weekly.
Yeah.
That was like.
I think what Jessica's saying is to pick dates literally right now, which I agree with that we should
Because
do.
you don't necessarily even need to do bi-weekly, it's literally just so that you can get appointments done and funding done. So, and obviously any of them.
How long do the meetings take for some usually?
Not that long. Appointments are usually short. The only reason appointments are long are when the public's
So
here.
maximum?
2 hours.
Oh.
I mean, there were some appointments that lasted a while. Like,
Okay.
y'all be asking questions that are tough. So
I mean, I'm down to do 10 p.m. then.
Wait, that's too early for, therapy. That's 6 a.m. time.
Maybe 2 weeks at minimum would be in Europe, we could not do 10 p.m. and.
Oh, it's just 2 weeks?
I mean, not 2 weeks, just a month, right? Yeah.
Oh, wait, yeah. Okay. Okay, so we said that was like the whole summer.
Yeah, no.
okay, so let's pick a week 10 finals week. We're not gonna meet finals week, so the next time we'll have a meeting is Juneteenth. June 19th is that Wednesday. It's a national holiday, y'all. Look it up. It is Juneteenth.
Is this June 19th?
No, it's not.
What is it?
It's just 4 weeks Wednesday.
It is Juneteenth. That's not about that. Yes. So they're, Monday or Wednesday. So we can either do June 17th or June 19th.
Yeah, let's do Monday.
Okay, I won't be able to make it on Monday because I will have 9 p.m.
That day only.
Because like my travel for the fall.
Okay,
Oh, I leave Wednesday.
Maybe that's the majority, like.
So,
it's
let's do
not-
Monday. Okay, Monday at what time?
Well, then we'll also do the sixth, right?
Well, what?
We'll also do the sixth, Monday
Yeah,
the
me
sixth.
and Jonathan will be.
Yes, I'll be in Kentucky, so I'm just wondering what time we're doing.
Oh, okay, so it'd be like a relatively close to meeting.
So like 7 p.m. is a good time?
7 p.m. works for me.
Okay.
That works for me.
Monday, June 7th, Juneteenth?
No, Juneteenth is June 19th. Stay correct on your national holidays.
At 7 p.m.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, so Monday, 7 p.m. So the agenda for PM needs to be sent out 2 school days in advance. So the agenda will be sent out Thursday. Agenda items will need to be sent in Wednesday. Yeah. So Kim, make sure you stay on top of that. I
So
know
we
you will.
do bi-weekly from June 17th on out.
Yes, so the next time will be July. We can either do July 1st or July 3rd, which is the day before.
Wait, sorry, let me check. There's one.
I would prefer Monday on that day.
Wait, what are the dates?
July 1st or July 3rd, the day before July 4th.
Oh, I don't care.
Hold on.
I don't care, my family is unfortunately very patriotic and does loud things, and I just don't want to be extremely pissed
Wait,
off.
what part of Kentucky?
I really don't care, they know how I feel about it, so they can pop off.
I can do first, I cannot do third.
Okay, let's do it first.
Okay, July 1st, what time should we do July 1st?
Same time?
7 p.m.?
Wait, no,
That's too
no.
early. That's too early.
I think it's fine. I really think it's fine. If you only need 7 people, there's really no good time at all.
Okay, but like maybe.
The only problem I have with Monday
Yeah,
at
no.
7 is it interrupts the bachelorette.
I love it. Okay, what about 8 p.m.?
I can do 8.
Yeah.
If anyone, other than Jonathan and Naomi, anyone other than Jonathan and Naomi not do 8?
We want Jonathan there. I love it. He's one of my closest friends. I love him. Okay, let's continue. I love you, Jonathan. The next dates are July 15th and July 17th. Oh, please mark that down, yes.
Can you send these in your group meetings?
Is that 8 p.m. for July 1st?
8.
Yes. Okay, so then July 15th and July 17th.
I'm taking the LSAT on July 15th.
Sorry?
I'm taking the LSAT on the 15th.
Let's do 17. We should do 17.
Okay.
But it's gonna make like a Regis meeting, but I don't know if we go because I'm gonna ask my budget.
Okay. Okay, so can we do a raise of hands? How many people don't think they could be there the 15th?
I can, I just don't want to be taking the LSAT. I need to take a rest after.
Okay, so I'm feeling like the 17th, Mike, is that okay, Ron? Right? Okay. I'm gonna do,
I won't get elementary, so probably we'll have another issue with time zone. Well, it's just for me.
okay, so 17th. Okay, so the 17th, what time?
8 again?
Okay. 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
Yeah.
8 p.m. Okay, so y'all will be too. July 17th at 8 p.m. The next is Monday, July 29th, or Monday, the 31st. Or sorry, Wednesday, the 31st of July.
And I'll just have to potentially make it unless it's. But other than that,
Okay, and this is also when Kiana will be bringing her stuff forward. So this will probably be a long meeting. Because this is where we make all our suggestions to like eat work.
It'll probably also be around the time that we're reviewing budget.
Yep. So Wednesday or Monday?
Monday,
give her a deadline for this, we should only have it on Wednesday.
Okay.
She had it on Tuesday. Imagine it.
Yeah, Tuesday is usually deadline.
That's okay, we can correct our way a day. It's fine.
Yeah.
The 31st,
Yeah.
Wednesday, what about 8 PM that day?
Are you 11 hours? Shannon?
Yeah.
In Pakistan?
No, well,
12, okay, so, so do you want to do 8?
Okay. Okay, so 8 PM on Wednesday, the 31st. The next is going to be August 12th or August 14th. Oh, sorry, we just decided Wednesday, the July 31st at 8 PM. August, Monday the 12th or Wednesday the 14th.
That week, I will be within the every just let you know.
Okay, should we just do Wednesday 8 PM again?
Yeah.
Okay, like we can keep doing, is there a reason why we can't keep doing 8 PM Wednesdays? I trust me, I know. I'm talking to me. The next will be Wednesday the 28th at 8 PM. August the 28th. The next will be September. Oh, how can we do this? September 11th at 8 PM. 11 at 8 PM. And then the final one, I think we'll have class. I'm assuming we'll be in person. Wednesday the 25th is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we meet in person?
I was gonna say, does that mean you go back to Tuesdays or not on the next?
Let's go back to in-person Tuesdays, because I'm assuming we will have a majority enough to hold council that day.
That's week 0. Yeah, I'll do nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, so we might have to see.
But most people will be back in the country that week. So I'm saying, can we just do it at the normal time of Tuesday, 7 PM? And then that way we can change it to an in-person meeting at that time too, and go back to like tradition of having it that day. Okay. September 24th, Tuesday, 7 PM, and that might be in person depending on if we have quorum. That's move-in week, but the class starts 26th, Thursday. Yeah, the 26th. Okay, so, oh God. Okay.
Yeah.
This is going to be a consent item vote, so it's just like, is there opposition? Against these dates and times? Any? Okay, I'll repeat them all again just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. That's good. Let's see. Okay, we will be having a meeting. The 7th, sorry, I'm doing this. June 17th at 7 PM. July 1st at 8 PM. July 17th at 8 PM. July 31st at 8 PM. August 14th at 8 PM. August 28th at 8 PM. September 11th at 8 PM. And September 24th at 7 PM. Is there any opposition to these dates and times? Okay, then the motion passes, and these will be the dates for our summer. Yay. As far as ground rules, do we need other? From what I recall, we didn't like have a document, right?
Yeah, there is a document, basically the guidelines are just for like virtual participation, like, you have so many minutes after the meeting starts to log in, so you can start in attendance, you have to stay for so long, or if you lose internet connectivity and cut out, like, different.
Do you have that document?
I probably do somewhere else.
Okay, sweet, thank you. We'll vote on that next week, since I was not prepared for that part, of this. Okay, any questions before we move on beyond all of this? So in the past, yes, I'm concerned though, since so many people are gone, that there might only be like 2 or 3 here, and at that point, yeah.
We'll have space for you here,
Yeah, I just
Bring all that.
Okay.
We got it. Yeah, we'll have.
Would it be necessary at that point, or would they be able to join virtually? I mean, either way.
Well, I mean, we still have to have something
Yeah.
in person, so people can attend and do public comment.
Okay, good.
And you have to like watch, like, there's certain like platforms, they only limit, they limit the number of screens, like, I know, person will do 10 minutes.
Yeah, that was a problem last year with public
We
comment.
might need to figure out.
Yeah.
Alternatives for that.
Yeah, so that means that more likely than not, sorry, Lala will be chairing most of the summer. Yay. You prepared? Well, chairing is interesting. You'll be like chairing in person, so I'll walk you through how that will work. Kim's not going to, Kim said you're going to the Bay Area, and then Joanna said she's going to be, in LA and working a 9 to 5. So actually, she will be eventually. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure how sharing, would the person in person be sharing? Like, I can't obviously because I'm virtually. Okay, so Joanna will be sharing.
Yeah, we'll just go in the order of succession of the Constitution, so I'll fix it again. Whoever's next in line.
Okay, cool. So, any other questions before we move on from this? Okay. Ooh, okay, the next one is a change of the ballot. Okay, so this process, while it's recommended to go through CRC, it doesn't have to, and I don't think it should. I just think we should do it. Sorry, that sounds really savage. Can we move the 2 appointments under Financial Supports Commissioner to temporarily to OP until we have an FSC? And the reason that I'm asking for this is because all appointments under USAC used to be under OP before they were redistributed out to certain offices who had specific interests in those appointments or relevancy to those appointments. So it makes sense that they would go back to OP by default until we have an FSC. Obviously, right now, FSC's appointments are 1 to Campus Retention Committee, and then 2 to Parking Advocacy Task Force. Naomi and I already talked about CRC, and that we would basically just be operating off of Naomi's appointments, and that I would just recommend them as a formality. Parking Advocacy Task Force would serve.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Sorry.
Transportation.
It's 2 different. I need to strike my bylaws, like take them out, because parking task force, like in my bylaws, it says to appoint someone to TSAP, transportation, and then it says to appoint someone to parking task force. Parking task force isn't a thing.
So
That was actually something that a former FSC created. So it's an internal USAC, committee.
made up of multiple use
So
items.
if FSC is not, no longer facilitating that committee, then it would definitely.
Okay, so from my understanding, that's still, we made those appointments last year, it still exists because there are multiple offices that like do work with parking advocacy. So does everybody understand what I'm saying? Is like as a temporary solution to not having an FSC, I just think these should be moved under OP. Naomi would like recommend somebody from CRC to me, I will just as a formality present. And then for parking advocacy task force, I don't even think that's necessarily going to be a big issue, but we would just appoint 2 students who are like commuters who are in a space in that sort of regard, and would be passionate about that, to serve on that committee. Lily, you look concerned with me still.
I don't know, Julia just told me it doesn't exist anymore, so I didn't include it in my application.
Okay.
And she told me to remove it from our bylaws, so now I'm confused.
I'm also not confused, but I also I forgot to put it in my application, so I'm gonna have to update my application too. Maybe we can do
So
that.
So it is a thing.
I'm pretty
Who
sure.
is it made up of?
So this has been controversial last year between certain council members, but IVP, transfer rep, FAC, and FSC all have a stake in parking advocacy. Let me look what it says in the bylaws. FAC definitely in the bylaws still have an appointment there. Transfer rep does, yes. IDP doesn't, but IDP, I'm pretty sure, because IDP's bylaws say that they're like in charge of transportation and parking, yet they don't have any appointment to it. So I got into some tense situations last year on council about this, but I think that IDP in the future, like this is a non-issue tonight, but in the future, IDP should be included in that sort of stuff, and there should be a bylaw change that allows IDP representation on this task force. Yeah, of course. So I think that multiple offices should potentially make this more inclusive. Yeah. I would withdraw the statement. So for now, I'm just advocating that we make a bylaw change that moves these temporarily to OP. We can appoint them.
Another recommendation, because I don't think that necessarily we need to make a ballot change like that complicates it, makes it more messy for them when you do have an FSC. I think given the extenuating circumstances of the position is not filled, I think president could fill in the appointment, but I don't necessarily think that it needs to be a complete bylaw change. I mean, I definitely look more into the guiding documents, in terms of, when a position's not filled, but I think that would be more appropriate instead of actually changing the bylaws to move it out from the office and then try to have the person who's appointed change the bylaws back, put it back in the office.
Okay, would it not be possible to temporarily change it, do you think?
I mean, you would essentially be sort of like suspending the FSC appointment bylaw to appoint from OP.
Okay, so
Essentially, it would be like that, but I don't even know that that's necessary because, I mean, this is like, I don't recall a time when we had a vacancy like this where it was like spending time, so there might be a more formal way to do it that makes sense, doesn't have bylaws, so I mean, I'll look into it, I think probably Rob would be good in terms of like our school.
Yeah.
So, in that, we can try to do it.
Okay, so
Instead of having, the guiding documents don't give us any guidance, instead of changing the appointment to OP through actually changing the bylaws that give the appointment to FSC, could we add a bylaw that says in the event that any position is unfilled, all appointments from the position will revert back to it. So it's it fulfills a requirement instead of changing it and then oh, we have enough FSC, we have to change it back.
okay, yeah, I like that. I would prefer to not go through the formal process of submitting a bylaw change, because the purpose of that, from my understanding, is just to get CRC's approval. If there's a general consensus, is that the right way to do it, could we just do that tonight and send it to you, that way, or?
It's still good to do the form, just
Okay.
keep formal track of it,
Okay.
and at least with the bylaws, it's always highly encouraged to go through CRC, but that doesn't happen in many cases, so.
Okay.
I think
I'll
if
do that.
CRC doesn't have time to review it, then.
We're already meeting on Friday.
Oh, we are meeting on Friday.
So,
And you do have next Tuesday to.
Okay, I'll send it in to you all.
do it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fine, we'll table this then, and then I'll submit it formally to CRC for approval, and then vote on it on Tuesday. Okay, discussion items,
I have a quick question.
yes.
If that happens, you can't make the appointment.
I could, so it would just have to be done before the appointment, so I will think that we put it on first.
Okay.
So we can go to
Of course, yeah, and you can go ahead and assume that you will do appointments. So, discussion items. ASUCLA Summer and Union Tour. Jessica, do you want to talk about our meeting a little bit? That's the thing.
So, USAC is responsible for facilitating summer union, with, orientation, where we basically put on programming, for students after the, cabaret put on by OSAC, and then, we do a tour of the student union. So, one thing we were kind of discussing in terms of how we can help support USAC and get your names out there, is that, the summer union kind of takes over the entire A level for programming at night. And so we can offer, the geometry space, where normally you just do like games, board games, things like that, as a USAC programmable space, so that if you all want to have people on behalf of USAC in that space, maybe give away some, raffle prizes, just kind of engage students and kind of talk to them about what USAC is. That would be a good space to have it in. And then, there's also, there's a big barbecue and activities fair that happens each orientation session where USAC can have a table. We talk about signage, kind of advocating USAC, spaces in per off. So there's a lot of opportunity there to kind of, hit some of the people that come through orientation without necessarily having to go through like the orientation program itself. Because it really does have, some level of, oversight of everything else that happens in the union. So that's kind of just a broad overview.
Just a question, like, what I noticed as an NSA, there's not many students actually end up going to the summer union or that campus area, so we can have something there because, students are very excited about it, so they bring fashion doing it, but I was wondering, for, during the UCLA tour, when we like come to the store and there's an afternoon movie tour, I don't know if this is already done, so I can not put them on there on that tour personally, but can we somehow like mention do something back to it, because I know we show like different areas, maybe I'll just even passing this area, okay, this is where we need to stay, this is what we have.
Yeah, so we definitely, talk about that, the tour right now, ends at Kirkhoff because they're a little bit tight on time, so we discussed putting some signage that is like very like USAC and like this is what it is, like kind of replicating some of the, signage that we use for Bruin Day and the Centennial campaign, to kind of advertise that. And then we also can train the tour guides on, if there's like a couple sentence takeaway from USAC, and then also just plugging like USAC social media right at the end of that session. So everybody's in the grand ballroom for this like cabaret show thing that OSAC puts on. And then basically they would say a quick blurb about USAC, like the Facebook page, to be in this raffle, download the ASC like after events, and then that's when they kind of tell them like go downstairs for like fun stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of possibilities in range of motion in terms of like what we're distributing, what we're talking about. So these are collaborations.
So we had a meeting, Jessica and me and Patty, about this, and yeah, I think there's really a big commitment. I know you all seen like what Jessica was referencing, the signs in Kirkhoff during Bruin Day that show like all of our offices and what we do. Having maybe that out on display for these tours would be super cool, and like Jessica said.
That'd be also nice because most tours like graduate design when you like kind of like all this like the breeze, they like eat ice cream, they like kind of like it's be great between the whole 3 hour tour, so it's a nice place.
Yeah, and making sure they're like liking our Facebook page, which I think has been an underutilized resource these past few years. And then the space in Jamba Juice, I already met with Kalechi about this, but also like CEC, any events or screenings or anything that we could have that would draw students in and entertain them in that space that we as council can support. Obviously, I feel like CEC, you all are very well-minded in those sort of spaces, so like your all's guidance on that might be useful. But then like us supporting, Kalechi brought up making USAC attire, so we have like CEC attire, CAC attire, like AAC attire. We do not have USAC attire. It might sound a little like, what's the word? Edgy or something right now, but I feel like it's something we should do. Yeah, what's the word? Lame.
Oh,
I feel like it's,
I forgot.
Isabel Lilly, Tara.
I forgot to mention this because it's not really fully formed yet. It was just an idea that came to me. But FAC is making totes. We're making reusable like grocery bags to give out to people. We are too.
Well, USAC used to make toes that compete with that. I'm just kidding. We can do both.
Total wellness, especially.
Okay, Isabel, Tara, and then.
I'm joking.
Oh,
I was just wondering, as transfer orientation is literally one day, is there any type of comparable event for transfer or transfer orientation?
Yeah, so unfortunately, because it is only one day, the whole in the union thing doesn't really get to happen. Because that's broken up over multiple days. But I know that we do have staff that go to each transfer session to talk about like kind of what's new in the app. And so we still do facilitate that, but it's much more of like a quick info session where we go to like a big lecture hall and like talk to the transfer students. So we definitely like include information about USAC in that as well. And then certainly any signage that we can have out, or like maybe there's a way we can partner with the transfer center to like put some signage over there. If students are on campus for orientation, they can stop by there. We can definitely try to do those kind of things, but unfortunately, since it is only one day, they don't do the barbecue and activities there.
And then this meeting, do you call her?
No,
Yeah, with new student transition, we've had there's been difficulty with past council trying to work with them to include USAC in those spaces. I think that's a problem these council should address. Jessica was very invested in trying to make sure that was included for the sake of transfers, especially. So that's something these council should address, that like outside of the union, student government really isn't addressed in like welcoming transition, summer orientation sessions. I think that should change. I think we should definitely like maybe even consider passing a resolution that like asks for that or such consideration. So we'll definitely be working on that too. Okay. So anyways, there are a lot of opportunities being handed to us thanks to Jessica and Patty through ASCCLA. And this is just something we should talk about. We should have a plan for how we're going to use that Jamba Juice space. Just to consider that. Tara, you were going to say something?
Yeah, just real quick. I think, in terms of like if we are using that space to like promote USAC, I think it'd be more effective in branding and such to explain what each, like, do sorts of marketing based off of commission and not just USAC as a whole. Like, understand that it's a branch that works together, but we're not gonna be able to target a ton of students to get them all to join, like, you know, CC. Not everyone's gonna be interested in that. Some people might be more interested in SWC, or if they identify with transfer, like the transfer rep. So within that, I feel like we should be like smart in how we do it, and grouping us all together may not actually be the most effective. So I just feel like going forward, we should think about that.
Just add on to that, since we are putting so much effort, and this is just like, this might be my personal bias, but like what I started to do was like, the geometry when we're talking about settling union would be expected if it's like really quick, because trying to do this, like the students are up since like 7 a.m., 8 a.m., this is like 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m., and they're basically just there to like dance for 20, 30 minutes and leave. So we have to make it something where, like, if it doesn't catch your eye, we're not going to do that. Like, it is very tired at that time. And I will early morning.
Yeah, we did discuss ideas like a prize wheel where they could walk in, spin a prize wheel, and there would be like USAC attire that they could
I
wear.
actually think the best idea was what Jessica said about at the end of time, very like announcement, okay, we have a raffle, like our Facebook pages, whatever, recent participation, they have a raffle, or something like that.
We would verify that they liked our Facebook page, and that was something that they committed to doing.
And just to clarify too, the Jamba Juice space, there is, stuff in there already, so if there's ever a week or like a session where you all can't be there or don't wanna be there, like, that's totally fine, it will still operate business as usual. This is more of an opportunity if, like, we obviously wanna do signage and get your name out there, but if you also wanna have face-to-face interaction with students, like, this is just an opportunity for you all to do that.
So it definitely is like whatever you want it to be and however involved you want to be in it. So if there's like times during summer where it's just not gonna work out, like we will still have operation as usual. We just won't do the USAC activity for that day, for that session. So that's also an option.
I just have another question. There's a small like activities fair, the very integration during orientation.
Yeah, we set up the space for it, and I believe that they coordinate with like the student groups. There's also always a USAC table, but I don't know that it's always like great.
Yeah, it is very regular.
So-
So maybe we can actually concentrate on that, that'd be more effective.
Well, and the problem with what Tara was suggesting, which is like having specific offices, is like the staffing. We would have to coordinate like a person, let's say that only Tara's office is available one week. Either we have an all USAC table that like would be her staff coordinating, or we would have her staff committed to coordinating multiple tables with different offices.
Well, I think even if like we're together, like there's certain ones of us, when speaking to people or approaching this, we should make very clear, like, we're not just like a blob of students, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we sit at this table, but we all also have like all these people that we work with individually, and that's kind of like my biggest thing. Like, we could support each other and say like, you know, if, you know, say that Mahika can't be there and she wants someone to give that spiel of what they do, like, we can support each other in that, but we should also be conscious of like, I feel like marketing it towards people in a certain way to be more appealing, I guess.
Maybe use that vision board.
John.
I feel like Robert probably should take care of this, he's leading the media team, and I feel like the media team can help us create like paragraphs about what we want to do, help us plan for what we're gonna advertise, for those days and like how they're gonna coordinate. I feel like that's a big task that Robert's in for.
Yeah. I'm down to, I just don't want to take all that space, like literal space and metaphorical space that is being offered to us.
So in that sense, I would say Robert, but mostly like the media team concept of having a whole team of representatives that are meant to promote and brand our offices for us would probably be the best team that we're gonna hire to help us do that.
That's kind of what I was referring to earlier, is having a team of representatives.
I was just gonna say, like, something that we really intentional with the language we use, because, like, our whole issue right now is that nobody knows what USAC is. Like, people know what CDC is, and people know what SWC is, or, yeah, SWC, but, like, nobody knows, like, what USAC is as a whole. So, like, saying, like, CDC, like, is a branch of USAC, rather than being like, oh, well, it works, like, in USAC, and also separately, it becomes confusing for people who already don't understand how the system works.
Yeah, I agree, it's a fine balance, it's like we're trying to get individuals' interests based off the work we do, while still promoting that we're USAC, right? Like USAC. Like, I frankly don't think we should be having office attire there, or like office, like cups and like all the stuff that you all do. If anything, we should have USAC stuff there and then discuss like what each of our offices do.
I think that there's a difference between like, so like the reason students come out to, like the stuff that's, you know, like around Ackerman and like read, like, you know, read all of the things we put up at the back of bathroom stalls or in the tents on dining hall tables, it's like to get involved, or to like, it's to get involved and to like do something that like they really care about. And I feel like, although it's true that like, we have to work on like the branding of USAC as an entity, I think when you look at where opportunities lie for student engagement, involvement, and interest, they lie in like the different sectors of our offices or our commissions. Like that's the strength of like, when we're talking about, oh, USAC has like a branding issue and a publicity issue, it's like people don't know that these are like elected positions, or they like hate the name of USAC, people who already go here. But then if we're talking about new students, like they're looking for opportunities to get involved. And I'm gonna try to articulate this properly, but if we like only promote, if we're focusing on like just echoing what Tara said, like promoting USAC as like this giant entity, it's harder for students to see themselves as being able to get involved in it. And that's just a fact, because like none of our, other than appointments, like nothing else which will all be done by fall, like nothing else we do is like like other than e-board and like J-board, I guess. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like there's like, all of our like opportunities for student involvement and engagement are mostly within all of our offices and commissions. So I'm not saying that like we shouldn't use this opportunity to publicize USAC or like properly brand USAC. I just think the audience is looking to get involved through through different opportunities in our commissions and
Yeah, I can
offices.
respond to that.
Yeah.
Jonathan, I know you're going to say something.
Yeah, like, for like CSC, like, we do the orientation tabling, and like, to be honest, like, to have our brand out there is what's important to us, like, at the end of the day, like, our name is pretty blatant in like the community service commission, where students are interested in community service, and like, it's important for me to like have people be like, engaged with like my office and USAC office, but also like being able to 35 just like student projects that like are directly under me, and that's like a big portion from that too. And so I think like maybe like my office would like be interested in like participating in that not like that USAC writer space, and also but not without, because I think that would be like it would be not beneficial to my projects.
I completely agree with that. And to respond to both your points, it's like, I think there's two, Lily, I have two. I was like, after this, there's like two ends of the spectrum, I think. And you're talking about one end where like, oh, like students don't care and they just want to focus on like the actual specific office work, because that's what the students are looking for, is like engagement with things they're passionate about, and saying like USAC doesn't really do that. On the other end of that though, I feel like it's not with certain offices, but particularly in some offices, these big offices like Community Service Commission, like Campus Events Commission, which do really like huge valuable work centered around like events or community service. A lot of students in those spaces who end up being engaged, like don't even know they're in USAC, right? Like projects I've served on in CSC don't know that USAC is even affiliated with CSC. We moreover like provides all the funding for it. And same thing with like CEC to some extent, based off like friends that I know that are in CEC that like don't know they're in USAC. And like, there's two ends of that spectrum, right? And I think what you all were saying is like a very valuable point, is like, we should try to do both. We should try to advertise and publicize USAC as an institution.
And they're like different initiatives.
But then within USAC, there are these different initiatives where students can find interest. Like, I think that's most reasonable. I still think that like, as far as like attire and things that we're handing out there, I think like, that would be a great time for like USAC stuff to be given out there for students. We haven't seen that yet, and that's like something that needs to be worked on, but I think would have potential of being possible if we like coordinated that, while also talking about the work that offices do and publicizing that. So, and feel free to respond to Lily, Tara.
It's like kind of a joke, kind of serious, but I feel like if there was like a flow chart, like a BuzzFeed quiz almost, that like helps people decide which office, like,
that's so cool.
like, because no one, like, this is fact's fault, no one knows what fact is, and we do so much, and have the ability to do so much, and like, I think it's really important that we work with like the bigger commissions like CSC and SOC and say like, oh, we work with them, we do events with them. That's a lot of what I talked about in my interviews. People who want to be involved but got kind of lost in these bigger commissions, they said they like wanted a place where they could feel like connected to the work that they're doing, because SOC is so small. They wanted to be a part of that. So I think it's like about that balance of working with each other and like helping people find the USAC office that best suits their needs.
I like the idea of a flow chart, especially. It's just like literally explain to people like USAC offices. Like that would be great, because so many people don't know that. Like so
even
many.
just like a simple like fact, space, environment.
The BuzzFeed is great.
Accessibility.
Like having a computer there where you literally maybe have like a BuzzFeed where it like shows you and then like sign up here, or like here's an interest form, like put your email in. Like that would be incredible. Completely like think that's awesome. Okay, who did I call? Okay, Tara, Joanna, and then Sean.
I feel like then some of the issues, for example, are also like keyboard and J-board, to get people involved in that, and that's something that's kind of like probably from my more outsider's
perspective on USAC, it has fallen.
Yes.
And so I feel like then that would also be a good conversation to engage them on, right? Because like we can't, like then if we're marketing our own commissions, like I know Stacey does a good job marketing our commission, but we also cannot effectively market them without, taking a role in it. So I feel like it's a larger conversation we have.
That's a great point.
Yeah, so I think just to go back to my point about how media teams do this, because they feel like the big communication and I feel like different offices being more than that would be great. Because then we can create things like short introductions, short paragraphs that discuss like generally the kind of work that people need to do and like I feel like I didn't need, I don't really care about the movie side, like what's taking on the side, or we just want to focus on the side or the office. I feel like doing the nuanced approach of taking, really focusing on offices that make USAC would be a better approach. But at the same time, I'm more concerned about how it's actually going to get done. So like, I like Lily's idea about, a general questionnaire that really like gets out to what people are generally interested in. And give them more information based on that. But then when I think about like who would be taking those kinds of events, I think it would end up being someone in media that has already reviewed all of the information and probably some training, like running presentation through us, like so we can see and get feedback on the kinds of things that they're saying, going to be saying, and like whether they're not able to be there or other people are not able to be there, and everyone knows what is supposed to be said and we agree with everything that's said. Because I feel like some offices do have overlapping things, and so in that sense, I want to make sure that offices do feel like they can get feedback on these things, and not feel like, hey, like, I'm actually doing that, and that speaks more about my office or speaks yours. And like that can be controversial, but I feel like at the end of the day, like we should have people put it. But like that whole media branding thing, I feel like would be better at really taking this task on and working on it and making sure we set deadlines for them to present to us and update us about their progress, and we can, and if there are people that work for us, so we can definitely also guide them.
Just going off what Ryan said now, and earlier, we're having these conversations, but I don't know what consensus or where we reached about hiring a community team or at least being director for USAC, we were talking about it, and maybe have these conversations with them so that the work is actually getting implemented and we're not just discussing it. Because just open the USAC Facebook page, and if I would normally to the Facebook, I cannot go with their 15 offices. Just having a single post put about that and having kids, that's the first post that people see when going to Facebook page. It's just even simple steps on those is helpful. But having someone do that, like we're having these conversations, but there's no one seeing who would actually do that.
Yeah, exactly. And like, that's kind of where I'm stuck at with concerns and would love feedback on this, is like some council members and like Mahika, like, I want to know your developing opinion on this as well, because I know you and I have been in contact a lot about this, which is like, the place where I thought we left off was like, yes, like, I'm regardless going to have a team, which is like my first platform ability, but like, it's working on this, like student engagement, publicity. Some council members, like particularly Mahika and Kalechi, you all had told me that maybe you wanted that communication to be with like my team and you all directly, not with somebody on your team that you would kind of like allow to participate within that committee. And now it sounds like some council members are saying, no, like there should actually be a group of people from the offices working on this that like want to devote themselves to this particular matter. So I'm conflicted because I'm hearing like, okay, there's this option of like council members just communicating with my team what they want to see and then that being developed versus like you all actually sending or having a representative that could work with them, which particularly like I maybe feel more inclined to say that that might be better just because I think the burden of having like my office committee like have to schedule times with each one of you individually to like know your needs and what you want there rather than just having a representative who could like meet on like maybe like once an hour on a weekly basis to discuss this seems like, or even yourself meeting on like a weekly basis to discuss this. Like I know that I certainly want to be involved with that. How do we feel about that?
I'll talk to that. Like, I feel like getting someone on my staff to do it will be hard because, like you said, like there's certain people on our staff that barely know we're affiliated with USAC, right? So
I am the staff official USAC presence, and so I'm fine with doing that thing, but I feel like bringing someone in from our commissions when they don't see that as like what they signed up to do is really hard. I think the other like thing is you could spearhead something under OP, but not as like USAC media, like not OP media, but like have a group of a small section of students that don't function for you, they function for all of us. So that maybe it's a little bit more equal and you don't feel like the burden's laying on you. But it still is centralized in some way.
Of course, yeah. Maybe we could do this like a case by case, because it sounds like the other commissioners were nodding their heads in agreement. Like maybe if your all's offices feel more inclined to like directly be involved with that and like communicate with that team, that's fine. Versus like Joanna, for example, like I feel like, and maybe the executive offices, like an IVP can more so like send someone and communicate on that. Like,
And if it's difficult, like, I don't know how effective this would be, but we could also have like, I don't know, like a team, but then we like, as officers, to like send the team, okay, this is what we want to actually this week, or like, or maybe they could come and be there for officer reports, but I don't see that being super effective, but.
Lily?
I'm just genuinely asking the question, don't get mad at me. But is it a problem that people that are in offices don't know that they're in USAC, like CECs, like, isn't, like, shouldn't we address that?
No, it is a huge problem. I mean, the fact that all of their funding comes from USAC, that votes on this every single week, like, I think should be, like, addressed. But, like, more importantly is when they don't know that they're part of USAC, it's hard to, like, see that there's a direct engagement with, like, elections. But John.
Well, I just don't think, like, if we're gonna try to change our branding, it needs to also come from within.
Yeah, of course. I completely agree. Yeah, John?
I completely agree, but also would like to recognize the very large barriers that I directly oversee 3,000 student volunteers. And all those projects, 13 of them get access to transportation because they're constitutional projects with the advance. Besides that, they do not get a dime from us. They all apply for their money through CAC annual every year. They work hard to do that. And while they are, yes, technically a part of USAC, they're not involved in it because they're just not, and there's literally thousands of them. So I do agree that it's a problem and it does start with an internal branding, but at the same time, it's just, I'm not gonna lie, it's not feasible, and honestly, it's a little unnecessary from a lot of people.
John?
I would say I would really care for this. I hired someone from my office to take care of the media because, you know, I want someone to bounce ideas off of, not, I don't have all the ideas all the time either, so I want someone to help me with that. I feel like it's, and I will train them on like what the office is about and everything like that. I just want someone that knows what their office is, to be part of this committee that is going to be telling people what this office is about. So in this case, like, if a commissioner wanted to be part of that meeting, like, I have no problem with that. My office will have representatives that feel like they're the meeting, that's what their job is for, and that's their idea for it. If other offices have that as well, then that would also like be the person that would be sensitive to me. But if other, like, I may want to sit on a meeting one day, like, other people will want to sit in meetings other days, it doesn't really matter, but like I said, just like someone that knows the office and is going to be in charge of that would be very helpful in terms of this whole brand. So I don't think there should be like restrictions on who is part of it, but just with the understanding that someone is going to be in charge of like being part of this committee that's going to be planning for all of these different events, whether it's the summer or throughout the year.
Jonathan, just to like respond to what you were saying, like just because I'm trying to understand, like, see, like these projects kind of perspective based off what you were saying is like, I understand how to the project is unnecessary, like, right, if I'm a community service worker who's not receiving funding from USAC, who like, frankly doesn't get like that much support from this particular council, like, I guess that could be defined as unnecessary, but I'm more so speaking in your terms as like a council member, like, I think my whole like narrative is like, it's important as like a council who's like engaging the student body, like, for example, like electing their community service commissioner or upcoming like officers who have that role, like, in that capacity, I'm like trying to like argue that it is incredibly necessary, right? Because
But I think we're in agreement.
Okay.
Like,
No, that's what I'm trying to
I do not feel that the like project volunteers that I have that do not receive money, do not are engaged at all, and like are what like I don't think that I should be placing more of a burden on them to try and learn about what the other 14 we do. I don't think that's their job. I think they like there's literally thousands of them, and in that case, that means that applies to every that this is analogous to like me saying that like every single transfer student needs to know like or like every single student has academic affairs, so every single, I mean, I guess I agree, but at the same time, it's just unfeasible because there are so many of us.
Yeah, and I hope that like when I was referencing CSC, it was more sort of like projects that do receive funding from council directly. I mean, and projects that I've worked on who have literally applied to council funding bodies, not knowing that it's a council funding body or that USAC oversees it. Which doesn't just happen in CSC, that happens literally in every space. It's like just organizations don't know. So to clarify that. Yeah. Who's Isabel?
I would have a motion to move on to the next discussion item.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, I think it's a little, I think maybe I'm just that little bit commissioner of CSD should be our name. And not every individual person in CSD name.
Yeah. Kelly, you gonna say something?
We can move on.
Okay, yeah, this will be an ongoing discussion. I'm hiring my team for this like particular platform like this week. So I'll obviously update you all next week on this as well, and then like be in communication about that. But like we do have to particularly act quickly on summer in the unions, just because that starts soon. So like we want to have like a game plan on what's happening in that Jamba Juice space and like what we're publicizing and like the displays outside Kirkhoff, like preferably by, I would say, the meeting after finance week. So.
What are the rules on that, like us discussing non-council things such as this branding in a space that's not this? When we have further time to like develop separate ideas.
Yeah, we can develop it outside of here. I don't even think it would require a vote. It would just be us like planning.
It's just like we all meet for a meeting just to talk about that kind of stuff, so I feel like that's more effective than this.
Of course. Yeah.
And like probably better at executing.
I think like my like committee or whatever the publicity committee with like representatives and a few council members would be a great space to like finalize that and then submit. Basically, all we would do is just tell Jessica through like a plan of what we want and then it would happen. The bigger problems are like coordinating, like you all were saying, the messaging of offices and then yes, and then Lily, you signed up for training us on Slack, so bless you. And then volunteers as well for those days.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably do like a minimum amount of signage, related to council, and we're gonna probably replicate some of the signage we already have, in smaller, like more portable sizes, but this is just if you all want specific signage, specific messaging, then we need to know, because we need to know what it is, so we can create it, but if we're just gonna, I mean, we can definitely just put out what we already have. That's fair.
I just want to close on the last note related to flow chart. I think like, I agree, like, people should have standalone branding, but in trying to rebrand, like, my big thing has been highlighting times when offices have worked together on projects. So fact, this year worked with IDP, we worked with SWC. This year we're looking to work with CAC and CEC, and so it's like a whole collaboration. We're not just standalone boards.
No, that's great. Completely agree with that. And would definitely think that that should be a central narrative of all of our publicity is like the collaboration across offices. Because that always happens. So definitely. The other thing I was going to say was, yeah, like that committee that we have can definitely be a part of that process of like figuring out the logistics. Like if we're going to have like USAC shirts, can they at least not look bad and ugly? Because I made them look really bad. So we're going to have cute ones. That happens. And then funding sources as well. It's like Jessica and I discussed options with contingency, but then also with TGI that if we were to buy sustainable things like water bottles or like reusable bags, those might be options that can be funded through TGI to a certain extent. So, okay, Any final thoughts on this before we move on? This will be an ongoing discussion all year and all summer, so yay. Okay, cool. Bruin Day. John, is that?
Yeah.
That's John, okay.
So, this is something that like Bethany and I and my had like talked about and she thought that we could be on now, so like, you know, and on the same note as the last session, like, so John engaged student body and yada, 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 making it successful, yada, yada, yada. And like, starting like at Bruin Day and transfer Bruin Day is like a really good place to engage people, and so like, we have like the ability and the opportunity to like be a part of Bruin Day like officially, like have a workshop, be part of the tour and the signs, but you have to start that process right in the summer. And so like we had talked about like if that was something this council would be interested in, like being like kind of an official part of those two events. And then like I don't want to bring the bus in, but like having him spearheaded as the IVP.
Yeah.
Reaching out to Dr. Dale.
One thing I thought that you all should work on too, and something CEC and CAC can maybe discuss, but it was discussed last year, but then ultimately happened, was IVP collaborating with you all on the enormous activities fair. Obviously, like IVP in the past has run the spring enormous activities fair, and has like a, Kim specifically has like a massive listserv of people that she's worked with, and like has gotten access to funding. So if there's a way for you all to like, work together in some way, that would be a potential option to like further council involvement in that space.
You also have your banners.
Oh, yeah.
She's holding them hostage.
Messaged me on that tonight.
Cool, okay. Anything else with that, Jonathan?
No, just like, that was something that like you all want to do that.
Yeah, I just want to voice my support for it. I worked with Bethany this past year, like between Bruin Day, and it was like a weird representation. It was like transfer, CSC, and then FICOM was there, and no one else was there. It was very sad. But like we actually got to like engage with quite a few people, so like it's really really helpful in like showing people that like USAC is here, like USAC is present, and then at transfer Bruin Day, like transfers were like really surprised that like I was there. They were like really shook that like their representative was like meeting them in person. So like it would be really cool like if we were actually there meeting incoming students, because like we are normal people to each other and ourselves, but like it's really cool when you get to meet like the head of the person, like the person who puts on like all of the concerts on campus. Like it's really cool to get to meet that person, you know? Like it's just really cool to be there for it.
No, so like what you would do is you need to talk to Dr. De La Cruz and basically like in the same way like CEO has like an open house, they would essentially like has an open house for USAC. And so like they would like a tour and like we would be part of stop of that tour. And then like we'd be in the program as like an open house was like supposed to right now it's like I think honestly like supposed to look more legit than we do in terms of those kind of spaces. Like they really do like they're really very institutionalized in that aspect. So it'd be like kind of like I'm sorry, it's just like putting us on the UCLA like side of the spectrum instead of like that, you know, like we're like puts us as like that formal whatever. And like I think that she's emotionally designed.
Yep, that we try to do this past council, which I think Jonathan's referencing, is we have like an open house, but very few councilors could be there, so it was like a few years. But it was good. I heard we got a lot of like positive attention.
Yeah, no, it was really helpful. It's just that like actually there were people there.
Yes, exactly. So
Yeah.
this sounds like an idea that we should.
Well, then maybe that's also something that Fletcher and I can discuss for EAF, is like how would we segment off something for USAC to like make it very clear that we all stand together and stuff like that. Or like if council wants to put in money for a distinct tent, that's like USAC tent, and we make that very clear.
We try to do that at spring enormous activities there. That would be really good, like having a USAC information tape.
Yeah.
I'm very supportive of that because I think that was like something that was beneficial at spring.
My understanding was that all of the USAC offices got like spots.
They do, so we would have a tent and spots.
Yeah, so there's spots next to each other.
Yeah, like even I know like EAF, spring EAF, we struggle to get a table.
Yeah.
So like if we're all in coordination and like really making that a priority because we are putting it on, like or at least the USAC office is putting it on, I feel like that could be helpful, especially if you like visually see everybody in the same space. It just does that association for you.
And from my understanding, EAF all already, you all already do that as have us at the front.
Yeah.
And then we got the tent or something.
But I feel like even just like making that space distinct or doing something together to put in funding to
be like, I don't know, you can block off that space in a certain way, make it look a certain way that draws attention differently than others. Like, if we, when we reassess our budget and stuff like that, are willing to put that money, even just a little bit into EAF, it can have a pretty good effect.
I even go to the last year, there was just action saying down, sculptures. Time for the student government.
Yeah, that'd be really
Really
cool.
just as simple as that.
Karen, you wanna say something?
I just wanted to throw out that, thinking about things like Golden Day and also EF, which is the very beginning, you're touching new students. I like to just have a UCLA call it student government. I think that one thing UCLA does not do well is they use a lot of internal language to get nothing else. So if you guys were to call yourselves ASB or AS during those kinds of events, if we are ASB, we are associated students, and this is what we call ourselves here. And if you use their language, and once they get here, they get to use that conversation. I think that might be, if you're okay with that, I think that will help with your branding issues and also understanding all the different areas. You are ASB.
Even for transfers.
AS. Well, yeah, because community college is called AS.
They don't even know what USAC means.
I know what it is.
You've done anything with your student government?
Student government's best.
The student government program,
Yeah.
just
Student
that.
I'm telling
Yeah.
you,
That's
student
great.
government flow chart. We have the offices, we have like bullet points of what they do.
Love it.
That's all we
You
need.
should project it.
Infographic.
Love it. I can't wait to see you all at the publicity committee meeting to work on this.
All right, next.
Okay, can we do something real quick that I asked you all to do last week? I'm gonna ask you all to do for something else. Like, did you see me doing? Okay, did I have the laptops out?
Yeah.
Sorry, okay, we're gonna do this. Go to, I know, Shama just looked at me dead inside. Okay, that's okay. Can we go to UCLA Undergraduate Students Association Council Facebook page? No, we did this for election board, but we're gonna do this for USAC today. I know, y'all will be bugging the hell out of people.
Yeah, they're literally.
Yes, if you're not comfortable sitting to everybody, please don't. So if you go to the dot at the top, invite, I'm inviting 2,322 people right now. I'm going to invite everybody just because I want to, like, active. If you can select as many people as possible and invite them to like the Facebook page, that is a good first step to like engaging current students. Because one thing Dr. Geller and I were talking about is that like probably most of the people who like this page don't even go here anymore.
Oh my God, it only has 2,000 likes.
Our student government, yeah.
Almost 3,000.
That's so sad.
So can we
I
select?
don't even like it.
Can we select all if you're comfortable? Don't, you don't have to select all, I'm gonna select all the extra, but, yeah. Oh no, Mahika. Mahika, can I call you out?
Yeah.
She just like, yeah, y'all didn't even know you said that.
I'm sorry,
I'm
didn't
sorry.
like it either until just now.
Well, now we're just heard, like, you're calling me out.
I know.
Oh my god.
Last week, Tara invited me to the wrong board page.
And then that was so funny. I mean, like election board at UCLA.
I immediately added them to the other one too, though, so like all the logic for it.
I'm more upset that you all don't like the page of the council that you sit on right now. So please, if you don't like it, like the Facebook page, and then invite your friends
Why
to.
did that call us out like that? We're trying.
Okay. Cool. Sorry, I popped out a little when I saw that notification. Anyways, please do that. That will help. Like I said, with election board, we literally got like quadruple the likes on that page in doing this one time. Imagine us doing this again fall quarter when I blasted all of campus. So like, this is good. Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like we should set a meeting for this kind of stuff, like, instead of just walking away from the table and never having to think about it. Like, is that possible to like set something now, or like for people that will be here in summer to have a discussion about it? Because I feel like I could list off a ton of things just from knowing CC marketing really well that would probably work for USAC, but we don't have to sit here for ages and discuss it. If we like possibly actually, or even in the group meeting, put something, choose a time.
Yeah.
To make sure that it happens.
And
Yeah.
also have people who will make that change.
Yeah. Wait. What changed?
Like, where it should go like not only suggestions, but also have any people who would implement.
So, like, committee meeting, basically.
Yeah, like I feel like even if we meet, like, we don't need to have people that are involved just yet, it can be us discussing in a way that's specifically attributed to this and not keeping us till 1 AM. But actually making sure it's gonna happen so that we don't have to talk about it every week.
Of course,
And I feel like, first step can be just us, next step is finding other people to get involved.
of course.
But I feel like if we wait for the other people to get involved, it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, we can schedule something like on a doodle, like after tonight.
Yeah,
Is
so
that
like
fair?
that would be a good way to like wrap this up and say like it actually will get taken care of.
Okay, sweet, sweet.
Sabrina from Odyssey, like,
You're just making me hop. Okay, so we're gonna continue because I want to get out of here because I have a paper doing 12 I haven't started.
Oh my
Roberts!
But no, like 12 pages, right?
Right,
So
oh, you're not only 5 pages.
can we just please, we have one more agenda, or do 2 more agenda items? It is only 2 pages long, it's not space.
We're a student before anything else.
Let's do, I will leave this room at 11:30 and go to the chair, like on the chair. Okay. Discussion item, Mark, you all saw, like, we posted on OP's Twitter, and then it was posted in the Daily Boon and elsewhere about one of, a former USAC staffer in the Facilities Commission gone missing for the past 2 weeks. From my understanding, the family and friends have been trying to publicize, like, information as much as possible. So, like, I just wanted to make sure that all the council knew about that and was, like, assisting in spreading the word. And I posted a picture too, yeah. I got asked the same thing and then later posted. Anybody else?
Is there a reason why it hasn't been reported to LAPD?
I think it has now. Or, I know it's reported to UCPD.
UCPD works in
Yeah.
collaboration with LED,
Okay.
And also, like, LAPD and police department has like an expensive things that they do before you can even like file a person missing. Like, I think they have to be missing for more than a certain time.
It's in 2 weeks, so that's, yeah, they have like 48-hour, 26 hours.
So just publicizing this as much as possible, like as our student government, we have a big voice on campus and using that voice. Like I would post on your all's official pages, that gets a lot of attention. Any way that y'all can help that way. Okay, any final thoughts about this before we move on?
It sounded like he was moving out of his dorm.
Yeah.
It's like, I have a 44 number, they have to use this thing to knock around, they came here.
They're here right now, looking for it in district travel, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, was this a scheduled move out?
I'm not sure, I
He
don't,
was, so he was an RA, and then like, this year, he was an RA this year, and he had to like quit suddenly for whatever reason, like this quarter. And so like, he was living here and then.
so the point being is I just think we should publicize this as much as possible and information for the parents and the family. So please like do that if you haven't already on your like USAC page. I posted on my USAC Facebook page and Twitter, just to help spread the word in case anybody finds it out or knows anything. Any final comments on this? Okay. Our last discussion item, the town hall about policy 133 and 890. So I met with Dr. Geller last week, and Dr. Geller suggests that council passes resolutions in support or not in support with suggestions about each policy recommendation. These policies are both really huge policies that like fundamentally change how our campus operates. For those who don't know, policy 133 is a security camera policy that council and Campus Safety Alliance kind of grappled with last year, along with like separate spaces within CPO and elsewhere. It basically just puts all security cameras under the jurisdiction of the Vice Chancellor of Administration, Michael Beck. And then also policy 890, which is gender neutral facilities on campus. So for the construction or development of new facilities, that there should be gender neutral, like bathrooms in those spaces and other facilities for students. Dr. Geller suggested we pass like some sort of resolution or some sort of statement regarding this and send it to like administration, either via their comment period or via a resolution, just so we like use our voice as like student body representatives to give our suggestions. I also think that it was like very unfortunate that the town hall had to happen tonight, like at the time that we're in council, because I know that a lot of us wish we could engage with that in the future. So I think that if there's some way for us to also like meet with Michael Beck, which Michael Beck also came into council last year and discussed like some of this with us, especially regarding the National for Students and Justice in Palestine event. Like I think he's been a really receptive vice chancellor to come in and talk to us. I think like that might be beneficial, but I want to know how the rest of council feels about like our engagement with these policies, like and that sort of stuff.
Does anyone know what was said at the?
Yes, policy 103, please based on the last one. And these are based on the last that I had in September. These are based on like town land and that's also then also like other city comments that we made. They didn't talk about it too much just because vice chancellor I just kind of gave like a little bit. And there is a federal policy 890, and then that's what I asked you for that. But what they talk about more on policies 890. When they talk about their folks from the LGBT or the committee on LGBTQ plus affairs were there. It's how they have some concerns because if there wasn't like already a single stall restroom in a particular building, they couldn't like make any restroom that building as their restroom. So that was one issue with the law. And also just the process about that like if they're not within that building, then they have to look like building. They have to like kind of like already want to go if they want to go to the restroom. And I think Andy, the LGBT campus director, probably been working with the administration about like the feasibility of it, like how that would be.
Other questions or concerns about this? Do we think like having maybe Vice Chancellor Beck come in and talk to us about this would be beneficial?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for policy idea, it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Sweet. We'll do that. I do think that we should maybe think about passing some sort of statement or resolution or submitting suggestions on behalf of council. I think that would go a long way for us to review it because a lot of students like don't have the time or even like know that these policies are being like passed for public comment. So I think it's kind of on us to like actually review them and see what we think, especially since both of these policies are very much so fundamental to what the work certain offices do, like SWC, AAC, IEP, like definitely are things that we should look at. So any final comments on that? Okay, I think that's our last agenda item. Any comments, questions, concerns? Okay, then I will adjourn this meeting at 11:21. Sweet, and we will move into good and welfare. Oh, attendance.
Still on. Bye.